Ça marche? Oui, ok. Bon, si vous voulez, nous avons
Good morning. We always start slightly late, but given the fact that we are present on Zoom today, we have the obligation to stick to the time. So I do apologize for us being 2 minutes late. Just a few words of introduction to introduce the day. This is the 6th day of a whole series of events that we've organized within the scope of the outlook prior to the summit that is scheduled to take place in Paris at the end of the month of June. It's a summit that we used to call the Summit for the Funding of Vulnerable Countries, and we now call it something much more ambitious. We now call it the Summit for a Global Financial Pact. We'll see what the result is. But let's just say that at our level, as far as possible, we've tried to make a contribution to the different ideas that are going to be debated over for this summit by organizing, with the International Development Funding Chair, a whole set of 6 events that have received support from the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and also the Ministry for Finance. But nevertheless, we have full independence to launch all of the ideas that we have. And the 5 previous events all took place over the last 2 months. They spoke about the end purposes, the people to whom the international aid is destined. Also, we focused on the fragmentation of this funding, the consistency or the lack of consistency of climate funding, the taxes that are allocated, notably the tax on kerosene, also the management of the debt when countries are in a situation of vulnerability. And last Monday, the last event was on the funding of the private sector within the scope of its different dimensions. And the last of these 6 conferences focuses on a very specific subject, which is the conditionality and the efficacy of the aid. And it's a subject that I believe we could talk about for hours and hours, and it's possibly the most difficult subject to deal with. We've split the day up into 2 separate parts. The first part is specifically focused on conditionality, and the second part on efficacy or efficiency. But as you'll see, both are intrinsically linked, notably through the speakers. The speakers are top-notch speakers, and they will potentially talk about one and the other or both, depending on their availability during the course of the day. I can't say any more for the moment because we are impatient to get the ball rolling and start talking about this subject in detail. Let me stress that we are very fortunate to be able to organize this day in cooperation with the Global Development Network, the GDN, and they are now set up in this same building here in Clermont-Ferrand. And I'd like to say to our friend Jean-Louis Arcan, the new president of GDN, maybe you would like to say a few words of introduction. Yes, very briefly. Hello, my name is Jean-Louis Arcan, and I'm the president of GDN. I have a Canadian passport. I was born in Cameroon, and I work in Geneva currently, and will stay there for another few months. I'm delighted to take part in this set of conferences organized by the FERDI. We've taken part in 3 of the 6 conferences that have been organized. And I think it's something that clearly illustrates how important the implementation of what we call the PCDI, in other words, the Clermont contribution to international development. And we'll be with you as well this afternoon. Thank you very much, Jean-Louis. So let's get started, and we're going to move on to the first session. The session is going to be moderated by Jean-Michel Severino. I don't think we need to introduce Jean-Michel Severino. I'm sure everybody is well familiar with him. And he's the person who's going to be in charge of introducing this panel, a very admirable, exceptional panel. Above all, I would like to say good morning in particular to our friends from Sweden, our friends with whom we've been able to work on this specific question of conditionality. Jean-Michel, the floor is yours. And so over to you to introduce our friends, our long-standing friends, and these wonderful personalities that are here, Totius Songo, Paul Collier, Serge Tomassi, and Ngeto Tirana Yambaye. Hello, Patrick. Hello, Jean-Louis. Good morning to all of you. A very big thank you. I'm delighted to be here with you. My name is Jean-Michel Severino. I've been very unfortunate too, to provide support to the African economies at times when it was very difficult and complicated during the structural years, during the 1980s and 1990s. Since that date, from a personal perspective, I've moved on to other stages in my professional life. In other words, I now work on investing in these different countries, and the economic climate in Africa has changed with the exit of the structural funds, with the time period that has been a lot more open-minded in terms of the relationships that the African countries have with their financial partners. I'm talking about the arrival of China and other emerging investors as well. And as we'll see, this has completely changed the landscape regarding conditionality and how loans and contributions are managed. And it's now important, I think, to look back, to look over our shoulders and see what the current landscape is like. Now, unfortunately, the macroeconomic aspects, particularly for the African continents, means that we have to look at the debts from the past. It means that many countries find it very hard to manage the current situation, and all of the historical or traditional debates related to conditionality and funding, first of all, macroeconomic aspects, but also geopolitical aspects. Today, there's a massive amount of competition between the different stakeholders. They're all on the table and they need to be talked about. So I think it's important to go through these different aspects, look at the past, buy into the modern debate, and then look to the future, the outlook with regard to this subject. In other words, international financial relations and conditionality. It's something that I believe is extremely useful. Just to set the scene and to spice up the debate a little bit, I wanted to say that this panel is in fact going to be a match against ChatGPT. Because this morning when I woke up, I asked ChatGPT to write an article for me on the academic analysis of development countries and conditionality. I'll read this article at the end of our discussion, and we'll see whether you guys on stage are able to be better than ChatGPT. So I'm setting the scene, creating a bit of suspense. We're basically fighting against artificial intelligence and its capacity to contribute on this theme. I'm not worried because, as Patrick said, we have a wonderful panel of speakers here, and I'm sure we're going to have a very interesting debate. Let me stress that I'm delighted to have Mathieu Boussichard, who has just written a literature review about conditionality, and also Patrick, who is here to open up the discussion for this morning, because the FERDI for the last 30, 40 years has been one of the forums, one of the major places in the world where we've thought a great deal about the efficacy of aid. This, as you know, will be the subject we'll be focusing on this afternoon. But this morning we're going to talk about conditionality, and we have a massive amount of heritage and know-how regarding conditionality around the table with me. So thank you, Patrick and Mathieu, who I know I do not need to introduce. Most of you know them. You are at home within these walls. Patrick as president of the FERDI, and Mathieu as one of the eminent members of the FERDI, where you're in charge of programs. And you're also one of the organizers of all of these conferences that we've organized this year. We also have additional panelists, exceptional panelists. I'm delighted to say good morning to Mr. Mats Haasma. Mats
You're playing a key role in this conversation because you're director expert of the group for aid studies, and you are the institution which asked FERDI to produce a survey on those issues, and it stems from your own thinking about the evolution of conditionality. So thank you very much for joining and being here physically in Clermont to share with us your thinking. Paul, I don't know if I should, Paul Collier, I would like to check whether you are online, and here you be sure that you can jump. So he will connect later. Okay, I think everybody knows, I think, the panelists today. So as you all know, Paul Collier is one of the most eminent and renowned researchers in economic development, and he is a professor at the Blavatnik School of Government and at St. Anthony's College. So, Paul, bonjour. I don't know if I should speak French or English because you're so fluent in those two languages, but it's a real an immense pleasure to welcome you in.
Much indeed for inviting me. I do hope you can hear me.
Very well, very well.
Oh, thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much for being here. Tertius Zongo est l'ancien Premier ministre du Burkina Faso. Pour ceux qui n'ont pas vécu dans les années...
Prior Prime Minister of Burkina Faso, now Tertius, who's had such eminent positions, held such eminent roles in the international community and in Burkina Faso. Tertius is one of the most visible protagonists concerning structural adjustments and also has demonstrated how a country that found itself in an unfavorable condition, Burkina, was able to take the reins up again, take over control again, concerning conditionality. And I believe this is extremely important. Tertius, thank you so much for being here, physically present from Ouagadougou, for being here in Clermont. Now, it would be great to talk about your memories of this period, but also use your enlightenment, your acknowledgement of this, what happened in the African continent, how you see this particular topic evolving. I'm also happy to welcome Serge Tomasi. The most recent function of Serge was in France itself, accompanying the region, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, in its relationship that were international. You were a former ambassador to France as well. You represented France equally for the UN, FAO, and other agricultural organizations. And you have a very long past history working with the OECD as well on managing development projects, structural projects as well. Now, today, with this free position that you now have, this period is over, we're really counting on you so much to share with us this great experience, your great experience, and to look at this with the lights of this period. Now, your neighbors here, our neighbors here in Clermont, I'm very pleased to welcome Ngeto Tirana-Yumbai, who is now the director of the FAGES, the African Guarantee Fund, economic cooperation as well, cooperation fund, but also is here. Thank you for having come from Cotonou to Clermont as a prior Chadian Minister of Economy and also an IMF administrator for French-speaking countries. Nguto, my dear friend, you have been a player in international negotiations, but also from the IMF, you've given backing to all of the African governments at a time when they were negotiating very strongly and for their financing. And also since from Cotonou, you've been very, very much committed in your role as an observer and in the practice of African solutions. Last but not least, we have Nathalie Brajard. I just want to make sure that she is online, she can hear us, and she can speak up. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, Jean-Michel. Hello, everyone. I am sorry I'm not able to be live in Clermont, but I'm really glad to participate online. And as Paul Collier from Brussels, you as well are going to be able to contribute so much to our debate. You are the head of a macroeconomic analysis unit and fiscal policies and budget support at DG that we used to call DESCO and is now called ENTPA for European. So the European Commission is a fundamental player here. Today, you're among us as a director of this macroeconomic unit, totally immersed in the analysis of the macroeconomic state, but also the practice of international financing and funding. And in this panel, I know that you will be able to contribute so much of your view of the present state of things in this debate, and also issues arising on both sides of the border. So, very good panel here composed of extraordinarily competent individuals, experts on this subject, and this is really going to enlighten us. And then you will be able to check out what ChatGPT has to say at the end. So, and compare to this. Now, without further ado, I suggest that we give the floor to Mathieu and then to Patrick. I would ask that you two not speak longer than 20 minutes for your presentation, introduction time, and then for each of our panelists, please, if 8-9 minutes apiece for your speech, so that we'll have time for questions from the room afterwards. Thank you very much, Mathieu. Thank you very much, Jean-Michel. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Now, it's a very big honor to open up this meeting. I'm just going to be brief, 7, 8 minutes of your time to present this study to you that the independent evaluation office here, represented here by Matt, asked the FERDI to prepare on conditionality. So the three of us did this with Patrick and with Andrea, who's here in the front row. Now I'm going to give you the main messages. There's 3 questions answered in this study. First of all, the progression. This will be quick. The interesting progression of conditionality. What about its real implementation, and what about its real effectiveness or efficacy? Now, the progression or the evolution of this conditionality. Many of you are practitioners and know this by heart. Now, when one talks about conditionality, one talks about this in the IMF terms. In other words, the counterpart of granted aid. It's a kind of economic policy that summarizes this question of balance of payments. We know very well that this conditionality traditionally was very much criticized because of the way it was imposed and without real consultation with the beneficiaries and so many conditions as well, the high number of conditions. Now, the progression here that comes out of literature is the semantics has evolved. The funders, the donors have stated that these conditions are becoming inapplicable, and this is moving more towards consultation. Now, reality states a little bit a different situation. Everyone notices that there's a lot more flexibility today than traditional conditionality, but as well, when we look at the number of conditions for loans granted by the IMF, this number did not really decrease at all. Now, I'm going through these things very briefly, but you've got Mr. Mayer's study as well. Going from an instrument conditionality towards a result-based conditionality. Now, here as well, literature shows us that efficacy is kind of a mixed bag. It also shows that this approach is not truly used a lot in reality because there's so much confusion between what one calls a real final result and then other outcomes which are used in this type of approach, which are often simple intermediate results or outcomes. So the real conditionality of results is much less frequent than what one might think. Now, of course, as well, conditionality has different shapes and forms and has changed a lot in its ends as well, and its purposes as well over the course of time. It's become sometimes very political, where the counterpart could be defending democratic values, promoting peace, and promoting social rights, environmental rights, public goods as well, and the interest of the donors, of funders as well, for backing the foreign policy of the funders, and of also something about connected to mitigating migrant flows, something we saw in Sweden in the last few months. And then as well, you've got the emergence of new conditionalities which are political. These are climate-based ones. In other words, funding granted in return for climate policies. Now, if we look at the literature and we do a survey, we'll see what it is going to be said later on, but by Tertius. Now, this conditionality is not yet totally applied today, and there's also a big development, a big progression, and then I'll move toward Maisonneuve. This is the arrival of new funders who are applying different rules of the game. China is perhaps the most noteworthy example of this. And then they call into question the rules that have been applied until now. Now, for the real implementation, where are we at? First of all, conditionality, macroeconomic ones. Now, of course, on paper, this is a strong incentive to, a strong incentive. Literature shows us that, what I'm going to say, literature showed us that non-compliance of conditions applied by the World Bank or the IMF has rarely actually leads to a stoppage, but rather a slowdown of the funding or of the grants. Now, there's a variable application of conditionality, which is one of the variables, and one of these variables is kind of funny or droll, is that countries that are friends of the U.S. see their conditionalities applied in differentiated and minor manner, especially the Asian Development Bank and others are examples of this same conclusion. And also for the real implementation of conditionality has to do with the emergence of these new donors, and there's a question behind this as well. First of all, is there an effect on the traditional conditionality? And there are studies that show that the loans from the World Bank, there are fewer conditions applied to their loans when Chinese aid is of importance in this country. So Chinese aid has a big influence here, and it kind of draws away from the credibility of traditional conditionals. And is it really without conditions as well? Because the new donors funders also say they don't want to do political conditionalities. Now, there's something very interesting, very recent, 2021, that really talked about the legal clauses of a number of big Chinese loan contracts, especially to Africa, which shows the great ingenuity or the cleverness of how to get these loans reimbursed, these loans given by China. And this allows us to conclude that there's extreme conditionality here, but it's just of a different shape and form. Now, to be short, I'm going to hurry up here. For the third point, has to do with effectiveness or efficacy. On macroeconomic conditionalities, literature sees this negatively, basically, this instrumental conditionality, even if this has changed so much over the course of time. Now, another point mentions the shortage of this specific context. Jean-Pierre loves to talk about this. He's one of his pet peeves, and also political conditionalities as well is very hard to measure. Therefore, literature showed us that there are three factors that limits its efficacy. First of all, new donors. We talked about this, but also increase of political instability in many funding countries. That means that things are unpredictable concerning a number of conditions. And I will finish here, Jean-Michel, sorry. On the real implementation of reforms also is dependent on internal conditions in the beneficiary countries, especially after elections now. Sorry. And we'll compare this with ChatGPT.
So shall I pass the floor over to Mats? No, we'll pass the floor to Patrick first, but just a few words regarding the organization in order to help you. 1 minute before the end of your maximum speaking time, I will wave my yellow card, if you don't mind, in order to help you to prepare your conclusion. Well, get the yellow card ready, but I'm going to try and be brief nevertheless. I think that Mathieu has set the scene extremely efficiently. Let me just say a few general words nevertheless, and let's look about the possible avenues for reform so that I can open up the discussion on the subject of the reform. Because we're looking at a whole series of events where basically we're looking to promote and come forth with normative ideas on what we need to do. And from this perspective, I think it's very, very difficult. As Jean-Michel said, we have a long-standing amount of experience in conditionality. In the past, with Jean-Michel and other people who are present here, we have focused on conditionality and we've criticized it. As Mathieu said, we've said in the past that conditionality could be criticized in terms of the interference that it meant with regard to the countries, regarding the political choice that we made as to whether or not to go into certain countries. And then there was the question of conditionality and uniformity. In other words, we were coming up with one-size-fits-all solutions, whatever the country. And as Mathieu said, I would like to say, yes, the book is an excellent book, Olivier de Sardon's book, concerning the revenge of the contexts. In other words, when it came to conditionality in the past, we used to focus on the political critique. In other words, this interference that I'm talking about, that countries will not accept because there is now more and more nationalistic fervour. And then there's the other aspect, which corresponds to the inadequacy or inappropriateness of the recommendations because of the country's specific situations. These two criticisms remain, and they've gradually come to the fore in the recent context and in quite a considerable manner. Now, one might imagine that after the Paris Declaration, there have been lots of Paris declarations, and maybe there's going to be another one very soon in a month's time. But I'm talking about the 2005 Paris Declaration on the efficacy of aid, with the alignment principles, with the buy-in principles. We decided to head in a totally new direction, and this way of criticizing conditionality basically was pushed to the sidelines. However, the debate has become less rife over time, less of a lively debate. Let's say, despite the recurring themes and the references to the Paris Declaration in 2005, there is now a form of reality that is due to the fact that the financial backers, the funders in the past, found it very difficult to accept these principles of ownership and alignment. They in the past said, okay, we buy into the principle, but in fact, in the field, not because they were being overly clever, but simply because there was a lot of inertia in the aid agencies, they didn't necessarily introduce the changes that they'd committed to. So what's happened since these dates I've referred to? I believe there have been 2 or 3 factors that have changed conditionality a lot more than the Paris Declaration did. The first thing that changed conditionality, exactly as Mathieu said, is the emergence of new donors, apparently less demanding donors when it comes to policy reform. And of course, I'm talking about China here. If you want to impose conditions, then all well and good. But basically now the countries say, if you do so, we'll go and look for other financial backers or other funding who are a lot less demanding in terms of the conditionality, as Mathieu said. So now we are able to put the countries under less pressure in terms of conditionality than in the past. Another aspect, and this is something Mathieu reminded us of, is the new context regarding the Sustainable Development Goals and the ramping up of a certain number of objectives, where today the funders are able to use them as arguments as a form of blackmail in brackets to get new conditions to be accepted in political areas, in environmental areas, also in societal areas. Here I'm thinking about issues related to gender. We talked about homophobia together earlier on. All of these aspects in the past were considered to be a new form of interference regarding the situation the countries are in. So there's been a kind of conflict between 2 opposing factors. One, that was the possibility of going to look for funding elsewhere if the conditions are more lax, but at the same time, a form of renewal and extension, a reinforcement of certain conditions that put forth by the funders themselves. So what's the current situation? Well, the crisis is still the same, but there is this third factor. This is the enhanced fragility of those who receive the aid. Look at political instability in a lot of the African countries. It makes it a lot harder for these countries to accept the conditions laid down under the heading of conditionality. So who are the financial backers? Who provide the funding? I can see the yellow card. Let me just stress that in the memo that we're preparing, following on from the work we've done, there are 4 possible avenues. It's important to look at macroeconomic conditionality on the one hand. That's a separate pillar. But I think there was a consensus, but I've seen that over recent days, this has been called into question. And of course, you've got the monetary fund that has evolved. It's a lot less rigid, a lot more flexible than it was previously. And they're in the best position. It's their role, let's say it's their mandate in order to balance out the balance of payments. You haven't got that many solutions for this being the case, but there is more flexibility than there was in the past. You can use the International Monetary Fund to take action in terms of conditionality, and this is something that the financial backers wanted. The World Bank wanted macroeconomic conditionality, but it wasn't necessarily something that coincided with the Monetary Fund itself. So in terms of role sharing, in terms of the architecture, all of these roles will have to be clarified. Who has the mandate to do what? The second area for reform, of course, is the conditionality of the results. And Mathieu said very clearly, there's a great deal of ambiguity on this subject. Nathalie Ivraja will talk about the subject a bit later on. Look, 20 years ago, we worked a great deal within FERDI in cooperation with Paul Collier, for example, with Jan Gunning, with a whole team for the European Union. And it was at the time that we met Tersu Zogo when he was Minister of Finance in Burkina Faso, in this country where they had a certain amount of experience of conditionality based on results. But where the debate suddenly came to the fore was, okay, the conditionality of results is all well and good. That's one thing. We're not imposing things on a country in exchange for them adopting certain measures, but we do need to look at the results. And as Mathieu said, what do we mean by results? We talk about outputs, we talk about outcomes, we talk about impacts, and the conditionalities of the results very often weren't in relation to the end or the final impact. But in order to be tangible and concrete in what I'm saying, the question is the result about how many people actually go to the dispensaries, or is the result the reduction of the death rate? It's the final impact, the end impact. But if we say it's the fact that we know that we have many people who go to the dispensaries, that's a different type of conditionality in relation to the instrument. So, of course, the financial backers need to know exactly what they're looking for in terms of the results. Have we implemented what needed to be implemented in the past? And, of course, regarding the European Commission, they had a role to play, but maybe they didn't play it as fully as they could have done. And the third element that, once again, Philippe Guéroux mentioned within the scope of our indexes, this is what we could call the conditionality of the operation. Of course, we want to implement a project, electrification, for example, but this kind of project can only be sustainable if there's a reform of the tariffing system in the country. Sometimes reforms have to go hand in hand with the projects. It's not the same thing as talking about macroeconomic issues. It's a different form of conditionality. It's conditionality related to a specific operation. And last but not least, and this is my last point, obviously you have conditionality, political conditionality. What is the red line? What is the red line that the countries must not cross? In terms of the conditionality of the results, yes, we give the countries the choice as to the resources that they implement, and we simply want to look at the result. But sometimes you have the parliaments and public opinion that put countries under pressure. We often hear in our Western countries, oh, you didn't help this country. They have a dictatorship. Why did you not do more? So the question is, to what extent do we accept the idea of turning away, and at what moment in time do we decide to cease providing the aid? all of this has to be taken into account. And I think we have to find the right balance between complying with values, respecting the given context in a country. What is the tipping point? What is the moment whereby we have to decide that we cease to provide budgetary aid? Or what is the moment where we decide that instead we're going to provide aid, specific aid to the populations themselves? It's this issue of double jeopardy. Sometimes you have the populations that suffer at the hands of a corrupt regime, but at the same time, if you withdraw all of the aid, then the populations are going to suffer twice over. And all of a sudden, the money that you wish to contribute to society is no longer being provided.
Merci, Patrick. Merci.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you, Mathieu, for clearly highlighting the different issues and their solutions. I think there's another set of conditionalities that are often forgotten. It's the legibility, the traceability and the responsibility or accountability, all of the accounting-based issues, the budgetary issues, and they too can be extremely intrusive and can cause major problems, in particular concerning the political and relational aspect. Without further ado, let me pass the floor over to Mats. Thank you very much. Thank you for having invited me. I'm delighted to be here. I do apologize. I'm going to be speaking in English.
Just to situate this demand that we have posed on FERDI for doing a study on aid conditionality. We, the expert group for aid studies, EBA, we are commissioning, we are asked to independently analyze and evaluate Swedish development cooperation. So we ask researchers, evaluators to do studies independently on behalf of us. You know, we've talked about the previous period of aid effectiveness and the aid conditionality discussion some 20 years ago or maybe more, but the heydays were around the millennium shift. Then we had seen the fall of the wall and the end of the Cold War, and we were thinking that the end of poverty was a thinkable scenario. What was key then was to reduce poverty and improve development process of beneficiary countries. That's the objective of conditionality. And we had the movement, donor movement from Rome to Paris to Accra to Busan. National ownership, mutual accountability, use of national systems and transparency. But today we have a very different geopolitical situation. And it's been described as a multiplex system with several new influential actors acting in complex ways. There is a politically driven backlash to economic globalization, expressing itself in nationalistic and protective terms. The aid allocation has and is undergoing shifts, radical shifts. Aid effectiveness movement among donors is marginalized. Donors seem to increasingly putting up aid condition and searching for results that may please home constituencies rather than primarily serving development effectiveness. So my perspective is very much a donor perspective here, and talking about the case of Sweden. So I warn you about that. I know that there are more to it, but this is the donor story. And Paul will help me with the slides. I have a slide saying, okay, following the work of Nilima Gulrayani, a Canadian British researcher, we may identify three major motivations for giving aid. These are not mutually exclusive, but they are general directions. The first one is the supranational development narrative, which is basically about promoting global public goods, the climate issues and all that. The second one is the nationalistic narrative. The reason for giving aid is that you would like to promote your own geopolitical interests, commercial security interests, and then the third, solidaric narrative, which is about reducing global inequality and reducing poverty. And Sweden has long been seen as working mainly along the third motivation, with the third motivation, 1% of GNI to aid and high share of aid budget to least developed countries and to social sectors. Following the poverty reduction objective, Sweden has over the last decade also allocated increasing shares to fragile states and engaged internationally on that issue. But increasingly combined with the first objective, first motivation, increasing shares going to climate change, to biodiversity protection, to global vaccinations, transparent water management, etc. One could also see themes in Swedish aid, like democracy promotion, feminist foreign policy, support to LGBTQ communities, and SRHR issues that are relevant at local level for project interventions, but also are increasingly used as global political soft power instruments. There was a democracy drive a couple of years ago trying to meet the autocratization wave in the world. So when applying an conditionality lens to the Swedish aid, has clearly been a shift from economic to political conditionality, as Mathieu and Patrick have said. The acceptance of undemocratic governance has clearly decreased radically. Based on an increasingly skeptical domestic public opinion, general budget support has been abandoned. Direct collaboration with partner country governments has been reduced to bare minimum, and aid is delivered by proxies. Sweden works with civil society organizations, UN organizations, multilateral organizations. The share of Swedish bilateral aid going directly to governments for implementation is now 6%. You heard it, 6%. There are also other donor countries that have large shares of their aid bypassing governments. So this bypass option has increased. And during the last couple of years, we've seen the self-interested motive for giving aid. The second one had naturalistic re-emerging with strength. It is seen through the reorientation towards Ukraine and our neighborhood areas, we call it, which is Eastern Europe. Another indication is the increased linking of aid and trade, including increased inclusion of Swedish corporate interests. More clearly, the aid instrument will be used to influence migration flows with the explicit objective of both lowering the flow of migrants to Sweden and also to withhold aid if rejected asylum seekers are not received in their home countries. So you may shift the picture. The latter clearly involves conditionality to ex ante align with the objectives of the donor, rather than helping development in beneficiary countries. We've noted a call for conditions re-emerging strongly in Sweden last 2-3 years. As to the migration conditionality, combined with this bypass of governments, we can safely say that such forms of conditionality have very slim chances to succeed. But other shifts may also heavily relate to aid conditionality. The call is for increased effectiveness of Swedish aid. You've heard it before, it's coming back. Increased effectiveness, results, orientation, etc. With an argument that much closer links between trade and aid and more involvement on the private sector will be more effective in promoting economic growth, and that will lead into poverty reduction. And their reduction, the discussion is coming back. So the question we ask ourselves at the EBA is how these different approaches to conditionality can be reconciled, especially with this increasing dominance of the self-interested perspective. Of course, this is not new. already in '62, when the first document of Swedish international development was written, the pen holder was a late Olof Palme, who later had different roles in society. Already there, it was said that commercial interests in Sweden has to be part of development cooperation. At that trade component is important. It doesn't hinder development in developing countries to trade with them, rather the opposite. But this recent turn, I'll finish in a second, towards the national interests signals that ex-ante conditionality linked to donor interests are on the increase. However, there is as well a possibility that increased focus on aid effectiveness may lead to more genuine concerns for development and poverty reduction in partner countries, if national interest may be seen in longer-term perspectives and emphasis be put on core factors behind growth and poverty reduction. Actually, the long-term toning down of the natural interest, may have been detrimental to aid effectiveness. Only a balancing of several motives seems to be a sustainable path for continued development cooperation. For instance, a focus on root causes behind irregular migration may motivate continued work in countries that are also relevant from a poverty reduction perspective. I may be mistaken on this, and I'm acutely aware that my story here is very donor-centered. So I'm highly interested in listening to other voices. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mats, and for this very precise dive also into Swedish thinking and practice right now and the evolution of the Swedish government vision of how conditionality should be used. It was very helpful. Paul, I am turning to you, and you may speak in English or French as you wish. You master both languages. We are very impatient to listen to you for also 8-9 minutes.
I must say I completely agree with Patrick's analysis. I'd start by saying that conditionality has had a long time to work. It's had decades to work. If it was going to work, it would have worked by now. So if we just look at the outcomes, the poorest countries around the world have fallen behind the rest of mankind systematically for decades, and it's getting worse, most especially since what the period called the new normal, which started in 2014, and then even worse since the polycrisis, which started at the beginning of 2020. Since 2014, the divergence of the poorest countries in mankind from everybody else in mankind has been extremely rapid, and the level of per capita income has been falling absolutely in the poorest countries on average. Heroically, there are some exceptions, but that's the reality. And I would just remind you of Einstein's proposition that if you keep doing the same thing and expect a different outcome, that is a definition of insanity. And that is what the donors are still doing. They have not changed fundamentally. This has especially affected the Sahel. It's been hit by what is called a syndrome. And in a syndrome, an initial shock hits the economy for whatever reason. And the Sahel was hit by quite a few different shocks, some political, some economic. Then that initial downward shock causes a lot of further problems, which then interact with each other. And it's that interaction which causes a feedback onto the original problem and pushes countries further down. They spiral down. It's a trap. Part of the effects are psychological, part of the effects are economic, and part of the effects are military. But in all of these effects are so complicated that the essence of a syndrome is you cannot sort out causality. You cannot say, this is the cause of this. It's the package of circumstances which is the syndrome. Because you can't sort out causality, the whole proposition of results conditionality is intellectually ridiculous. You don't know the causality and you never can. And so it's doomed to fail. It's just not understanding the nature of the intellectual problem of spiraling down. Recovery is possible. You can spiral up. And a good example of spiraling up from extreme fragility is the recovery of Rwanda since 1994, at which point it was the most fragile country on earth. It's not now, it's much stronger. But the transition is very slow. It takes at least a generation. And the transition, during that transition, it's inherently fragile. And so it's a syndrome of fragility which you can escape from, but it takes a long time. And during that transition, it's fragile. That's the problem. Now, very quickly, let me turn to what to do about it. And Western responses have been inadequate and inappropriate. So they're inadequate. An example would be vaccines. Vaccines were so cheap to provide that it was ridiculous. There was a very good IMF study showing they pay for themselves in global growth in just 4 days of growth. And did we finance it? No. So it was pathetically inadequate. And that's really the one massive critique of what we've been doing. It's simply not adequate. Its scale is hopelessly out of line with the problem. Secondly, it's inappropriate. And here I'll give 3 respects in which it's inappropriate. And this is the menu for what can be done differently. First, it's overemphasized external military aid interventions relative to building the domestic economy. External military interventions are incredibly expensive. Whereas if we put that money into building the economy, creating jobs, the security situation would improve a lot, let alone anything else. What these poor countries in the Sahel and elsewhere need is jobs which will be generated in SMEs, small and medium enterprises. We need Proparco scaled up and expanded towards bringing in French firms. French firms don't want to go to the Sahel. They need to be subsidized with French money. Where would you find that money? By cutting a vast expenditure on the French military. So that's the first critique, external military. The second is stop all this linkage to climate change. All the African governments I work with, and I work with a lot, are just infuriated by this preachiness of the Western donors. And as you said, other donors don't do it. But the preachiness is just intolerable, given our own record on climate change. We are the emitters of carbon, not Africa. So preaching climate change up to Africa is an insult to people we've already injured. And finally, and most importantly, we need to shift agency to African governments. They need the agency that comes from greater powers and greater resources, more money. And that figure of only 6% of Swedish aid actually going to governments just demonstrates how absurd the situation is. What will happen when governments get more money and more powers to use them? What will happen is they will learn bit by bit, and they will learn from each other. And that is a process which can be quite fast, but it's the only way that you will get change. There's an enormous amount of work now on how do you deal with a situation of uncertainty, which is where we're in, uncertainty and failure. And the answer is you need to encourage rapid learning. And the way to learn rapidly is experiments in parallel within a group that are networked. All the African governments are networked. Some will try one thing, some will try another. Those successful ideas will spread rapidly. That is where we should be. I congratulate. Yes, absolutely. I congratulate the title, The Revenge of the Context. I'm just finishing a book called The Future of the Left Behind, where the central message is context is king. So thank you very much indeed. And I apologize, but I must run to a dental appointment, which you will appreciate in Britain is vanishingly scarce commodity. So I run to my Swedish dentist now. Thank you very much indeed.
Merci beaucoup, Paul.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you for this brilliant presentation, very radical as well, and I'm sure it's going to lead to many reactions. Tersus, would you like to continue, please?
Non, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Now, I think that a lot of things have already been said. These are opinions that we share, and most of the speakers who've spoken come from teams where we all work together. What's important is the way of saying things, and maybe the advantage I have is that I'm on the side of those who receive the money. And so far, we've heard a great deal from those who give the money. This subject of conditionality, if we look at it from a global perspective, it has borders, but borders that are difficult to find. Why do people provide aid? That is the first question. Why do I want to give money? And then the second question is, why do I want to issue conditions? The border is very difficult to establish as well between the efficacy of the aid that is provided. Who says that the aid is effective or efficient? How can we guarantee its efficiency? So I would argue that it's a whole range of questions that need to be asked, and we are currently adopting an approach whereby we're studying one portion of the question, but as you're seeing, things are all quite complex, and there are many different building bricks. Matthew, when he talked about the literature, he said that conditionality is presented or represented as a form of trade-off. In other words, the person who gives has the freedom to decide what the trade-off is. And the conditionality is defined as being an ambition to improve the political environment, the economic environment, in order for results to be achieved. It's the person who gives, who defines the conditions, defines how they want the receiving party to succeed. So the objective as such of conditionality in reality is to ensure that the aid that is provided is effective or efficient. However, now that that question is on the table, what do we mean by effective or efficient aid? If conditionality is what Patrick said, in other words, all the people who give money, they give money to receiving parties with macroeconomic conditions, with political conditions, with a whole range of conditions. This is what you need to do in order for us to consider that the aid has worked. However, effective, efficient aid, what is it, well and truly? Personally speaking, and I'm the person, let's say, who receives the aid, I'm able to evaluate the efficacy of the aid because I receive it. And when I position myself among the people who receive the aid, to me, the efficient aid, and if we look at everything that's been said so far during the different meetings whereby we focused on the efficacy of aid, effective, efficient aid is aid that provides support to the national development strategy. So, by way of conclusion, I would argue that efficient or effective aid is aid that makes it possible for me, the receiving party, to ensure that my strategy is going to be able to bring about the results I want my strategy to achieve. Because if I have a national strategy, I'm looking to achieve results. I know that it's what's good for me, that it's what's good for my citizens. So I repeat, the aid has to provide support for this strategy. Now, when we read the literature reviews, and here I could refer back to the definition of efficacy, there are two questions that remain on the table and that I believe really should stick in our minds. Okay, when somebody gives me something, if somebody gives me something and says, because I'm giving you this money, this is what you have to do in order for it to work. Well, I and my populations, we have our own idea as to what will work. Why should somebody who doesn't necessarily live in my country have the right to dictate to me what I need to do in order to achieve results? It is a problem. The second problem, and we'll see this no doubt this evening when we start focusing on the efficacy of aid, the aid, for example, that you as a donator give me is given to me within a more global context where there are other resources. The question is, where do these different resources came from? But the question I would put is, how can your aid be effective or efficient if all of the other resources are not efficient? How can you manage to define the efficacy of your aid in relation to the global efficacy, the global results that I'm looking to achieve? So we find ourselves, in fact, facing a situation that requires, as Patrick said, a bit more dialogue and also a closer relationship between the giver and the receiver. I know that I'm about to see Jean-Michel's yellow card, not quite yet. I need to make proposals, and I would say there are some things to us that are very obvious. We are receiving countries. However, in life, we need to draw lessons from the past. We need to look reality in the face. And when we look reality in the face, I would argue that everybody has to recognize, and it has been said, that conditionality, whether it's macroeconomic, whether it's political, or whatever, it has not proved its efficacy. Everybody recognizes that. So it illustrates that, collectively speaking, we have to think outside the box. We have to think differently. Secondly, whatever the case, I think we have to recognize as receiving countries that nobody is going to abandon us. Aid is going to continue. Why is aid going to continue? Well, because countries wish to help, but there will always be conditionality, because in the donating countries, the governments look to prove to their citizens that conditionality proves that the aid will be used efficiently. So we have no choice. We're in a system where today people are more concerned over the transfer of the actual resources rather than focusing on the conditions that are required so that the country itself can exit from its very fragile or vulnerable situation. The other point that Patrick raised, and Jean-Michel raised it as well, and I think we've got to make sure we get this right. We as receiving countries, as recipients, well, it's not because there are newcomers, these southern powers, the Chinese and the others, that conditionality disappears. It's just a new type of conditionality, because these new donors, of course, they don't just come over to us and say, oh, you're nice-looking people, so we're going to give you our money. No, that's not how it works. We have to recognize that reforms cannot be purchased. You cannot give money to people so that they introduce reforms. We introduce reforms because we want to introduce the reforms. We have the ambition to do so. Patrick told me to talk about hope and hopefulness, but it's so difficult. People have told us to do so many things. They say, you want the money, you must do this, you must do that. But further down the line, what happened? Well, money doesn't guarantee that the reforms will take place in the country, as I said. Secondly, you can't sell civilization. People have a history. People have a past. People have values, sociological values. You cannot come and sell values to people and impose them upon them. It does not work. And also, if we take time to look at the efficacy or non-efficacy of aid over the past, and Patrick talked about it, notably the Paris Declaration, everybody is willing to recognize that in order for aid to provide support to the national policies, one, you need there to be buy-in from the local populations and from the governments that receive the money. They need to understand that they have the power to decide what is done with the money. They are the pilots in the plane. Secondly, it has to be the national systems that are used. Now, so that you do not show me your yellow card, I would just like to stress that there are possibilities, there are solutions. And Patrick said a certain number of things that have stuck in my mind. But I would argue that there are prerequisites. In other words, political dialogue between the countries and their partners. This dialogue specifically has to be very much focused on what I call a microscopic approach at grassroots level. You have to focus on the country. We don't want people coming along with their one-size-fits-all solutions. If you have a grassroots approach focusing on the country's specific problems, it will be much more effective. In particular, problems related to economic vulnerability, for example, or the low level of human capital. These are fundamental, basic aspects. Until we manage to exit from this macroscopic approach whereby we see everything from afar with a helicopter vision, we will, as long as we do things from this perspective, we will never manage to make successful headway. You really do need to conclude. I believe that what Patrick said when he talked about macroeconomic conditionality, this is what has been implemented up until now. I'm saying we need to move away from this. And the second prerequisite is distributing work, coordination. These are subjects that everybody likes to talk about. And currently, it is the International Monetary Fund that is the gatekeeper that checks that the macroeconomic aspects are healthy, and they provide support when our programs were implemented, when we received the funds. Nobody used to ask any question about the country. The money used to be shared out. And then all of a sudden, people came along and sat down with their bags and started asking questions. That was the way we functioned. I'm saying now that the funders, the people who give the money, have to allow us to do the work at grassroots level and have to allow us to work hand in hand with the International Monetary Fund. Next, conditionality of the results. That's what I wanted to talk about. I've got no time left, so I haven't got much time. But let me just stress that I've been very fortunate in that I was the guinea pig. I was the guinea pig for applying the conditionality of the results when the European Union wanted to implement this. We did some wonderful things. However, when Patrick said, and I wrote it down, one, it is essential for it to be the country to set out the targets or the objectives. That is very clear. We look at them together, but for example, at the time made commitments. I said the payments to the state, they can be made in a certain way, and no invoice must sit on the desk for more than 70 days. I promised to pay within 70 days. And once I promise to pay, I know what it means. Come back and we look and we set up the circuit, the system with traceability so that I can show who was paid when and where the money went. And I know why I say this and why I do it in this way. So you have to allow the country to manage it.
Results indicators depends on the sector. There's a question of time here. Now, let's say if you look at the agricultural sector, it's very important. If you want to change this sector, the agricultural sector, it'll take 4, 5 years. You know, you can't show results. It's impossible immediately. As Patrick said, it's a question of training or education and health. You can't just do this in a month. But these donors, are they ready to commit for 5, 6 years to have a visibility as to make sure that we're moving together forward and that structurally you've managed a number of projects. Sure, results indicators or benchmarks, not intermediate results, but final results, but it's also a question of time. And the last point, you came back to this, traceability. Traceability. That is something that
qu'il faut vraiment revoir.
That we really need to revise and review. Traceability should not just for the donor to justify what they're doing. I'm retracing what I've done at the end of the line. Yes, this expenditure has been done. But what about the other public responses? The budget has nothing to do. The internal resources have nothing to do with the contribution of the donors. Now, how can they ensure that they, with the very few pennies they put in this, have been well managed without justifying it? Now, what has one done? And where's the result? So this question of traceability, I think, needs to be transformed. In other words, into measures for transparent management of public funds and rationalization of public expenditure. I finished. Thank you very much, Tertius, for this statement, which was very powerful conceptually and so inspired of this great background that you have in terms of practice. Give myself the right here to not contest what you're saying, because I totally agree with what you Tertius just said, but to emphasize something that meant link up to this afternoon's discussions having to do with effectiveness. And Serge is going to take the floor as well and talk about past experience, and then Nathalie, and then the last ones.
No.
There's no mic. The interpreter cannot hear. Not on my list. No problem. So an operational experience here. I think when you speak, for 20 years, I've experienced a French state internal debate on this subject, and I've seen reactions and various speeches by our heads of state and our ministers and our politicians. And I wonder, perhaps do you not project onto the politicians of donor countries such as France these views of the world which are not their real world views? Now, I do not think that most of our political masters were interested in these impacts of aid and what really happens in the field. Now, what we're talking about here in this roundtable are results and what this changes. So what interests our political masters in the past and in the present and in the future is this discourse that they have. So when one introduces conditionalities, let's say on migration, I don't think the government is going to conclude that the aid they're giving is going to reduce migration. However, they're going to be holding this discourse that is going to be retained by part of public opinion. Now, but also, if the same thing applies to climate-oriented results, and this is not really going to change anything, but they are keeping this discourse having to do with public opinion so that the public opinion will be happy about this, understanding that climate is important. Now, if we talk about aid results, our political masters are interested in aid results, but they don't think that aid results are going to improve the situation of countries. They believe that it's important for some of the public opinion to believe that something is changing. So this question of conditionality, I think you approach it as being something which is determining in the real world and leading to real transformation. But I think conditionality is organized as well to allow donor countries to preach a political viewpoint that is managed by internal considerations, and it has no transformational virtue. And this is not the subject. And once again, I think most of our political masters believe deeply that this is worthless, this aid, and will not lead to any results. But that's not the topic of the day. The topic is to have this discourse, to promote this thought. Now, when we're talking about solidarity, I think most of these people who are preaching this do not care at all about whether this is going to reduce poverty or not. What's important is to have a discourse on solidarity in the French landscape. Now, I'm being very cynical here, but I'd like you to take this into consideration as well. And to position this, to advance this hypothesis that we can talk about this afternoon, that from the donor countries, this aid could be transformative, but it's more closely linked to a political discourse that does have an impact in the national system of the country that is providing the funding. Serge, you must use a mic, sir. The interpreters cannot hear. We have no sound. We have no sound. We need the gentleman to use a mic. No, I'm not at all bothered by that. And I'm really pleased to give the floor to Nathalie Brager, if she still hears us. Thank you very much, Nathalie. Thanks for being here. And maybe you're going to be a little bit, upset about what was just said, because you're very positive. Thank you so much, Jean-Michel. Thanks, everybody. Now, yes, I did want the first condition, in my opinion, to go back to what was said by Tertius, is that in the end, the primary condition is political, to undertake reform for the partner country, and the type of dialogue as well that needs to be instituted with the country as a donor. What are the real intentions that we have with this support? I totally agree with what was said by Tertius. You cannot purchase or buy reform, and all of the evaluations have proven this as well, all of the evaluations we've done. If we set up conditionalities on certain programs, but then there was no buy-in by the recipient country, the receiver country, all of these things were systematically pointless and a failure. So before anything else, it's this political determination, and in this dialogue as well, to go back to what was just said by Jean-Michel, what are the real motivations and reciprocal motivations of the two partners who are dialoguing here? Just a little bit of hindsight now. Patrick talked about past history for the European Union. We started with this budgetary considerations 30 years ago, and we also began with budgetary backing for targeted expenditures and to help some of these social expenditures and structural programs as well, with input process conditionalities that were totally similar to what was being done by the World Bank, especially, and IMF at the time. Now, there was this concern about reforming these conditionalities, and Tertius said very well, this took place in Burkina Faso, the first pilot countries in 1999. And from then on, there was this concern more targeting conditionality of results. In other words, the responsibility of resources to the country and concentrating more on results concerning linked to structural policies than perhaps the country wanted. Now, this approach based on performance is what European Union uses today and for the last 20 years. The share of our budgetary support for exterior aid has grown regularly. We've got about 20% of our aid that is under these limits, with a peak in the COVID period that almost 25%. The specificity is that these are only subventions, in other words, funding subsidies with a volume of 2 billion a year that basically corresponds to to conceptual loans, especially multilateral development bank type. Now, the details of our operations was continually adapted to these budgetary support practices and practice in a number, about 100 countries. 280 programs are now running for budgetary backing in the world of budgetary support. And also we're trying to learn from our audits and investigations, meta-evaluations, and other investigations. BIBA also did a recent evaluation with very useful results as well, and academic sources and so forth, that the FERDI society, that's a partner that we work so much, also civil society that we work so much with, to get a progression in the design of these operations as time moves on. Now, if I look at the most recent meta-evaluation that just came out a few days ago, Oxford publication on retooling 21st century development aid and budget support. The European Union is called the champion of result-based conditionalities. Clearly, this is what is indicated for orienting aid in the 21st century, more accent on results and a concentration that's more distinct on results measurement. Now, this is what we call the importance of combining financing and development policies and programs that are accessed targeting results. And that's what we're attempting to obtain with our budget support. Based on results, but also we're also backing a dialogue on reasons for policies. So there's a dialogue on the reform of policies, and we're trying to incentivize results, and we're combining a fixed payment to back policies to see whether we can accompany policies in macroeconomic stability, in public finance systems which are reliable and transparent, credible, and applied to their sectors. And then other incentivizations with indicators that will trigger variable tranches or slices. So this set amount and variable amounts, this allows us to have good foreseeability. That is one of the values for proving the efficacy of aid, especially avoiding stop and go as much as possible, looking at general vulnerability, and also incentives with performance indicators. Now, these performance indicators, when we say we're working on result-based indicators, well, it's a whole mix of different types of benchmarks. In other words, nonetheless, one portion of these benchmarks or indicators of entrance and processes, one portion of performance indicators, and then results, and then very marginally impacts as well. These proportions in our budget activities are about one-third, one-third, one-third. One-third entering, one-third output, and one-third outcome. Now, why no impact indicator? Because the programs last 3 years, and on average. And to measure an impact, on average, basically it all depends on the type of sector. It takes about 5 years. But however, what often happens is that, of course, since we've been doing budgetary support, we have been backing politicians with 3, 4 successive programs, and there we can measure impact. We're starting right now to do an evaluation of 15 years of backing budgetary funding for education in Cambodia. And there, of course, we are starting to see an impact. And when we look at meta-evaluations, we do see very well that on the long term, these budgetary backing or support, especially for backing policies, social policies that are basic ones, in terms of quantity, especially for education, we were totally determinant in terms of impact. Now, the challenge is quality for education.
In terms of education, for the moment, the impact is very low. And one of the arguments is that we moved ahead too quickly in terms of the quantity. So I think there is a way of measuring both the results and the support that we provide for the policies, and there's a way of measuring the impacts. What we observe, it is true concerning the evolution of this kind of indicators in relation to the political and economic context currently. Let me say that the input and process indicators, we've increased them to a certain extent. Why? Because a certain number of countries are a lot more fragile than they were in the past. This is why we need to use these indicators more. But there's another fact. Very often we're going into new sectors. Our budgetary support previously used to be for education, for health. And nowadays we provide support in sectors such as replanting trees or providing energy resources. Or when we're entering into a new sector, we obviously have the necessity to have financial inputs, legislative inputs, and this is where we need these input and process indicators. There are new countries as well that we now provide aid to, countries that traditionally speaking were partners for budgetary support. There are lots of countries in the Sahel. We don't provide them with as much assistance now because the political criteria that I didn't refer to are not met. This is something that underpins all of the aid that is provided by the European Union. It goes without saying, and contrary to the IMF, we are a political organization, so when there's a political issue, we have to not provide aid if it's not in line with our principles. So let's say that let's say we're finding it more difficult to come up with indicators based on results rather than input for these new sectors, for these new countries and these new situations that are increasingly fragile in certain countries. But our objective is to strengthen our indicators, our results-based indicators. And on this subject, we have a report from the European Court des Comptes with whom we work with excellent close cooperation concerning the different budgetary stages. And they provided us with a report very recently on the necessity to work on the indicators, on the necessity to have quality data within the scope of the budgetary support that we provide. And the French Cour des Comptes did encourage us to enhance the use of indicators based on results for the different tranches so that we could improve the performance indicators that we use, for example, so that we can guarantee that we protect the impact of the variable tranches. We need to make sure that they continue to be impactful and also serve as a form of encouragement to the countries. So we're working along the lines of these recommendations, and I believe that this is the main concern that we have, particularly in terms of the credibility of the aid, the support that we provide. We have to ensure that we're able to evaluate the performance based on our indicators. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't see your yellow card, so just give me a few moments to conclude, if you will. I'd just like to say that what's very important, thanks to these approaches, is for us to continue to have this capacity to work on the results. We believe that we need to serve as a platform for dialogue, for discussion, and our role is to bring all the different parties together as well, so that we can implement reforms that will have new resources such as blending guarantees, and these two, I believe, will have quite a major impact in order to enhance the efficiency of investments in the private sector. So let me simply stress that we've invested a great deal of time and effort into the budgetary support that we provide. There are risks. We believe it's very worthwhile, and we are 100% convinced at the level of the European Commission that this is the most effective way of helping countries when it comes to the efficacy of aid. And we're developing our system. We've developed it over time to guarantee that it continues to be credible, effective, and also capable of capitalizing on or capturing other tools and systems that can be added on as the political and economic situation in the world changes and evolves. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you for this very detailed explanation on the different ways in which you're transforming European aid and your approach to European aid at the current time. A slight misunderstanding. I didn't think you could see me from the room. That's why I wasn't showing my yellow card. I now understand that you are able to see me. So I will threaten everybody, even those people who are remote, with my yellow card. Thank you once again for the points you've illustrated. Serge, over to you. You are a bilateral and multilateral practitioner, so I think you have a great overview. Thank you very much, Jean-Michel. I, above all, would like to give you my testimonial as a partisan in favor of conditionality, but I'd like to talk about things from the perspective of donators as well, because we've gone in for conditionality in the past when I was in charge of financial assignments with my Treasury department. One of my colleagues is here, is in the room. Also at the French Cooperation Office, we provided sectorial budgetary support in the education sector, for example. And I'd just like to make 4 comments on points that I believe we haven't gone into detail or we haven't showcased sufficiently in our academic literature when we start to criticize or perform an analysis on conditionality. Academic literature always focuses on the efficacy of conditionality, and the relative efficacy on conditionality is what enables us to call it into question, either politically speaking or from a macroeconomic perspective. I don't believe in this. It makes us think of the whole approach that we adopt to development. Very often, our development policy is way too autonomous, whereas we have to take account of the local and general geo-economical policy. So the microeconomic climate is just as important as the macroeconomic climate. Of course, we have the IMF that does the work from a macro perspective, but even their approach has been called into question because it's been said to be a bit old-fashioned, far too inappropriate given the current climate. Washington in the past was the main thinker in the 90s, but things have moved on since then. And in the past, we used to show an interest, particularly in the macroeconomic climate, enhancing the competitiveness of the African economies, freeing up these economies. However, once we move away from the Washington consensus to what I call the New York consensus, where all of a sudden what is important is reinforcing the human development, developing the human potential and fighting against poverty, well, necessarily the macroeconomic conditionality is not as relevant, once again, above and beyond the case of the IMF, whose role is to guarantee macroeconomic stability around the world. And I could say the same about political conditionality. Now, if we look at political conditionality, which means we issue conditionalities so that we can guarantee that the governments are democratic, that too is old-fashioned compared with in the past. Let me remind you that the Berlin Wall came down. We no longer have the Cold War situation. And the previous idea was that there would be a natural convergency in favor of liberal democracies. This basically was summarized by Fukuyama in his book entitled The End of the Story. However, what we're now able to see is there hasn't been any convergence of political systems. Very much on the contrary, 2010 showed that there were lots of liberal democracies that were fighting for power with the autocratic regimes. And there was a massive amount of success in certain countries that did not buy into democratic values. Singapore, Turkey, China. We cannot call into question their efficiency from an economic perspective. And nevertheless, they do not necessarily have 100% democratic governments. So previously, we used to talk about the democratic process that would come about necessarily if we implemented aid with conditionality. That's my first comment. My second comment is in relation to a point that I believe we often neglect, or at least it's a point I don't necessarily agree with because it's not my personal experience. It's the fact that in the past we had instruments, political reforms that needed to be implemented based on the reforms. I believe that it's more about method. It's the methods that can change rather than the nature of the country. It's the methods that change the ways in which we have dialogues and discussions with the local politicians. In the past, we used to have very precise discussions on the rate of TVA, on tax credit and the number of teachers, for example, who were going to be allocated to a given school because we believed in providing educational support to a given project in a country. I could also talk about budgetary aid that is provided sometimes to fund the general macroeconomic policy in a country. And in the past, dialogues, discussions have taken place based on the main governmental directions to go in. And I don't believe that these are conditionalities, but these are mutual commitments in a partnership that can be set up and organized to provide support for a policy. And through the financial grants that are provided, we simply check the efficiency and the solvability of the project. Let me refer now to anthropology. In anthropology, we talk about making things symmetrical. Philip Discola talks about it. He says the first challenge of an anthropologist when he or she goes out in the field to meet with a population, to discover a population in the Amazonian forest, is to reduce the gap between the anthropologist and the population, because that can initially be an obstacle to an objective study and to any form of dialogue. So to me, when we talk about indicators and results and an approach based on results, we need to have the same type of approach. We need to get closer to the people to be able to enter into a discussion. Of course, there will always be a form of asymmetry because one party provides the aid, the other party requests the aid. But nevertheless, getting closer to the stakeholders can enhance the dialogue. The third point that is not dealt with in the current economic literature, from my perspective, in the academic literature, it's the process according to which we pool resources when we talk about conditionality. I can remember a specific moment in time, and it really stuck in my mind. A minister for finance from one of the Sahel countries who showed me his table for working on conditionality. The guy had a table with over 400 conditionalities that he had to comply with, given the fact that he had 45 donors for his country. Of course, it was totally impossible to manage. And nevertheless, there was a movement that came to place whereby conditionalities were pooled. I experienced this in the educational sector when we launched the initiative, for example, the Fast Track Education for All approach, which has now become the Global Education Plan. We started out with a form of comparative analysis that was carried out by Barbara Pruns, a World Bank expert. She was somebody who performed a comparative study of the results in terms of educational policies in sub-Saharan Africa, and she highlighted the best results. And she said there were a certain number of very clear benchmarks or criteria that we then reproduced when we were allocating the budget for education. We have a portion of the budget that is allocated to primary school pupils because, of course, we want the pupils to go to school from a young age. We looked at the amount of money we were going to pay to the teachers. In a lot of countries, the teachers received low salaries. We wanted to raise the salaries. And we set up a whole methodological framework in order to decide which countries were going to benefit from additional funding provided by backers for different sectors. But once a country was eligible for this backing, the financial backer promised to not introduce new forms of specific conditionality. And so it did enable us to reduce the number of conditionalities. It's what I call the pooling of conditionalities. My fourth comment is how can we use conditionality in order to promote the production of a global public good? We did this when we fought against AIDS, when we created the World Fund for the Fight Against AIDS, for example, at the time, there was a massive amount of growth, an increasing number of patients suffering from AIDS, notably in the southern hemisphere countries. Over 90% of the population infected came from these countries.
And then the retrovirals came onto the market, but they were effective, but they were inaccessible to the southern nations. Then starting in 2000, it was $15,000 per year for treatment for a patient, so it was impossible. Now, when we created the World Fund, we set up an eligibility conditionality for these countries. They needed to present national programs that combined prevention and treatment actions, because the developing countries self-adjusted on their own, hesitating to request financing for treatments because of the financial cost of these treatments on the scale of a single nation. So to change this, we set up conditionalities that was used as a weapon to break down the medicines market on the international scale. Because the situation we had, it was an oligopolitical market. We had 3 suppliers of antiretrovirals. They were pharmaceutical labs. They were working under patent. And then across from them, we had this huge demand that was scattered all over the globe. Now, setting up we made this into a massive demand. And then we consolidated this demand as well, because the demand for antiretrovirals was combined by the IMF using their negotiation capacities. And then we made this solvent by providing funding as well, but by taking an important decision, which was to open up purchasing of these agents, especially to generics especially coming from India. So we were able to adjust this medicines market, and the price of these antiretrovirals over 6 years went from $15,000 to $300 a year for treatment for a patient. So, of course, this created a total change of horizon for these questions of treatment. And now this was also targeted conditionality with the aim of modifying the producing the countries and the companies producing these medicines on the world market. Thank you very much, Serge, for this fascinating presentation. Very positive what you have to say, that showing us the great variety of things and perhaps going above and beyond the traditional approaches. Now we're going to conclude by going back into the African continent. With Ghetto, we're going to conclude this panel. Ghetto. And here we've got another panorama and another past history of issues of managing aid and managing economic policies. Sir, thank you very much, Jean-Michel. As I'm really so pleased to participate here in this event, because all of us here, we are all participating into the FERDI platform, which is searching for optimal solutions to the world's problems. As a general director for the African Guarantee and Economic Cooperation Fund, I'm here in Clermont-Ferrand to participate in this event and also contributed to the FAGAS, which I manage to create a paradigm shift in dealing with these questions of public financing for African countries. Now, I'm really pleased to share here this deliberation with each and every one of you. Earlier on, Serge was saying we've got to pool things together, make a mutual effort, a combined effort. These gentlemen all said the same thing. As an adult, one learns by making mistakes, but nonetheless, we can't continue to make mistakes all the time. We must learn so that we can have positive changes in our life paths. This question of the world, and especially of the African continent, has to do with our relationships with the rest of the world. So if we start with underdeveloped countries, we know they're running late compared to others. And this public, global public good, the donors would want Africa not to be running behind the others, you know, lagging behind, because it's not good to be rich all alone or to live all alone. I think this is a human feeling that we all have. And this brings us onto this market of receiving and giving. Now, in the international sphere today, the Bretton Woods agreements that I've spent a lot of time on, and we've learned a lot from it, and we've questioned a lot from it. In Africa, I'm managing now a fund whose aim is to increase development funding. Now, why? Because there's this potential that is recognized in Africa. The African continent is underfinanced. There's no standard solution or absolute solution. And there's no absolute conditionality either. As Serge said earlier on, we must pool our conditionalities. In other words, conditionalities can be built for the donors and for the beneficiaries. They must talk. They must concert together. They must build together and pool these efforts. That's what we need. That's reality. We must not continue just doing what the others have done and imitating. My country, Chad, doesn't necessarily have the same expectations as Niger, because Chad and Niger, people think they're similar. They're on the same lines, but no, they don't have the same needs. And so we must also note that we cannot make somebody happy if they don't want to be happy. That's very important. You understand that. When the northern partners want to give something, but they want to give it to somebody who needs it. Otherwise, this is a waste. I think this is what economic sense means. We should not waste. So conditionalities we're talking about, or we were talking about before, sometimes it's just to ensure that people will not waste. But we must also realize that we have to have an inventory of things and be prepared. Today, you give me $2 billion. I don't know what I'm going to do with that if I haven't planned. I mean, I have to know. What am I supposed to do with it? Without any conditionalities? You just give me this money. Heck, what am I going to do with it? So conditionality also helps accompany the beneficiary to prepare better and to get results. Now, nobody wants to waste money, even the donors, even the funders, because this money is coming from somewhere. So this pooling of conditionalities allows us to have a united front. Now, the Economic Cooperation Fund today is working mainly with banks. We must take up this challenge of underfinancing of African continent. Now, since the African legal environment is not a complete basis, we cannot finance project managers who don't have bank accounts. Okay, this is a conditionality, you know, but it's already something that needs to be understood. So if we don't have a bank account, you cannot get financing from the FAGAS. The FAGAS is trying to explain to banks, create an awareness that today having a bank account is a basic human right, because with the digital world today, digital management, it's no longer costly to manage accounts, bank statements. So in our dialogues, in our consultation with the banks, we always try to build a new conditionalities accessed on results. We can't say that conditionalities are static or universal even. Now, when we talk about with entrepreneurs, the conditionalities to get a loan or credit for these small companies, it's not the same as the guys who come in and they're working in capital funds. Now, each and every one has their conditionality. We can't standardize the conditionalities. This is what we said earlier on. Our role as directors and as university researchers is to find alternative solutions to a problem. We cannot, of course, we can't say there should be no conditionalities. No, conditionality should always exist as an accompanying measure, but it needs to be built and pooled for aid to be effective. Otherwise, it's just a big mess. As a general director for the African Fund for Guarantee and Economic Cooperation, if we've got a donor who's blocking this money, if you need this money, you should agree to certain conditionality together. There's the issue. And the IMF, the funds are going to be are taking place in the stead of the governments. Now you say you must mutualize, you must pool. We must assist these governments in developing public policies and accompanying and improving the quality of their document. Now, if Washington is preparing MOUs, even if they're prepared in Washington, it doesn't mean that the Ministry of Finance, the minister has to sign. So it's always a problem. So we've got a problem today when we've set up structural inference instruments, FAS, FAFER, KIFER. All of this is evolved, but the ownership by the beneficiaries is very important, because the beneficiaries shouldn't just sit back and think they're just, just a player. Now, we're all players on a market. You're beneficiaries on a market, but you're also a donor on a market. So this is really linked to macroeconomic conditions. You cannot just be a beneficiary. The market rules must apply everywhere and to each and everyone in construction of aid, efficacy in the loans. And the solution is what was suggested by Serge. We must build conditionality and pool the conditionalities. And these two things are totally interlinked and intertwined. Sir Jean-Michel, in very few words, my contribution to these ongoing deliberations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ngueto. And thanks for having provided this very practical view of things. It's, good common sense. And this will conclude our round table. Now, because of our joint discipline and because you were afraid of my yellow card here, I'd like to thank you very much, because we've got 15 minutes remaining now to be able to exchange with the audience here. I'm turning towards those of you who are online or in the room to see if there's anybody who wants to speak up. And since it's complicated to ask the first question, I'll move right on to the second question. Maybe Bruno Catriat, we're lucky to have him here. Bruno, General Director of the Banque de France today, but historically he was also a financial advisor for Africa, for the French government. So these were structural assignments that he managed, and it'd be very interesting to hear his testimony about our practices over the course of time and the present times as well. Maybe continue this dialogue with other people in the room here, and I would ask you to express yourselves. I see apparently there are lots of African students here at the FERDI, and I'm sure they have very important things to say or ask. Thank you very much, Jean-Michel. It was said, so many pertinent things were said. I just wanted you to just take one or two of the 15 minutes to react to things that were said. Now, Mr. Songo said we don't buy values, and we try and do this, but you cannot. It's not that we can't buy values. We're trying to sell our values to you, and can we do it any other way? I think Jean-Michel also gave us his view of things, and it's very hard to do it differently. We're not buying reforms as well. One cannot purchase reforms. It's a little less true, because in every country one can buy reform by compensating the losers. And yes, perhaps aid could be more targeted, or at least assist in compensating the losers, if we do want to compensate the losers. Now, that's where perhaps something was not pointed out. Serge talked about the asymmetry between the donors and the recipient countries, or the beneficiaries, but also there's an asymmetry of dialogue between governments and the population, a lack of symmetry. So there's this problem of a lack of symmetry of dialogue between the donors and the beneficiaries might increase the lack of symmetry between populations and governments. And Tiersius, you talked about a development strategy. Which donor country has a real development strategy, and which country is capable of doing implementing some kind of development strategy? I mean, look, we're not even able to get it right for energy, the energy transition as well. There are more and more public policy evaluations done in countries such as France, but it doesn't really always have many repercussions. Any methodological question, quality, and when one hears the European Commission targeting aid on results, then trying to measure results, and when we know the efforts that are made by the European Commission to improve the quality of their expenditures or mobilization of resources in member states with the relative success that we have heard about today, now it raises other questions.
And so I'd just like to say I totally agree with what's been said. I believe that global budgetary support is the best approach for aid, because that, of course, is the most appropriate approach. Of course, you need a certain number of macro conditions. You need a certain number of macroeconomic conditionalities. But even from that perspective, there's no consensus. And of course, we talk very often about these new emerging financial backers, in other words, the Chinese, that don't have the same definition of conditionality. And they look at the debt, the different types of debt. And we did have a conference on that very recently in order to prepare the summit. So it illustrates, for example, that compared with China, we don't have the same definition of macroeconomic conditionality at all. And hence, this means that we have to analyze the situation. A last comment on pooling of conditionality or conditionality pooling. This is maybe a form of hope that Serge has illustrated. There's something that does, however, head in the opposite direction. It's the question of fragmentation of the aid. In other words, imagine you have an average country that has more and more financial backers, and hence they have this massive excess file full of conditionalities. Even if you pool them, nevertheless, the whole system can be very complex. Instead of having 20 or 40 backers, but 90 bilateral financial backers, plus the private funds, all of them being multilateral. That, of course, makes things very complex and doesn't enhance the efficacy of the aid, despite the fact that coordination is something that we have a certain amount of experience in. Thank you very much. I'm going to continue. I can see somebody who would like to put a question. Thank you. Personally speaking, I would like to say I spent 18 years in 2 Western African countries, and I'd like to refer back, first of all, to the comment that was made concerning the compilation of national programs on AIDS. The reality in these 2 countries, when the level of development was quite different at the time, it's the fact that these programs were compiled, for the most part, by experts from the World Fund, because the strategy in the countries, based on what I personally was able to observe, the strategy in the countries was to bring in aid, whatever that aid was. I stress, whatever that aid was. Now, following on from this unpleasant comment, including for myself, I would like to say that what has been specified by the Prime Minister on the preparedness and the preparation of aid operations, it leads me to put the question, what about conditionality? Should the conditionalities not focus on what we call the elaboration process, and in particular on the process, the buy-in process, not only the administration that is in place, but also the populations. Often in Western Africa, we talk about the populations in the plural. The buy-in of the populations is very important. I would simply add in this context that democracy is one of the worst possible systems, except for all the other systems. So my question is, where do we place the cursor? What do we decide to give priority to? Thank you very much for what you've said. Is there anybody else? If you can introduce yourself, please. Yes. Hello. My name is by Digi Laura. I am training. I'm doing a Master 2 in Economic and Political Management here in Clermont-Ferrand. And I have a question, of course, concerning conditionality. What I would like to know is, to what extent could African countries say no to the different aids that are offered and that go hand in hand with a form of conditionality? If we know that we're not going to be able to implement the different projects, do we have the possibility of saying no to the aid? Thank you. So, the power to say no. Maybe if there are a few additional questions, let me take the other questions and comments, and then we'll give the microphone back to the panel. Hello. First of all, I would like to say congratulations to the FERDI for this excellent initiative. I come from Haiti, and I wanted to know, what is the difference between the conditionality that the multilateral financial backers set in place, such as the World Bank, the European Union, and the IMF, in relation to what you've been talking about, specifically the conditionality from Sweden or other countries, model countries from a development perspective? Your conditionality focuses on values, for example. And so that's what I'm interested in, the differences in the types of conditionality between the two. Are there any other people who would like to give a point of view? Yes, I've got questions on Zoom. Go ahead. I have one question from Sedou Ouagadougou. How do we take into account the fragile nature of certain states, the insecurity that is very unsettling for the political systems when it comes to defining political systems? And I have another question from Régis Maraudon. Shall I give the question? Yeah, please go ahead. Is it not important to analyze conditionality in relation to the financial resources that are invested? Is it not abnormal that certain types of aid need to be reimbursed? A gift or a subsidy that is less constrained sometimes means that a lot of beneficiaries say that it should. It's a play on words. It can be potentially very expensive in certain terms. Another question I've just received from Baptiste, and I quote, if we look at the national budgets, the aid that is provided is often still quite low level. The efficacy of conditionality depends on the environment, political, economic, and social in the country. So what about all these factors that can potentially make aid more effective? Thank you very much for all of the questions. Is there one last question in the room? If there is, I'll take it, and if not, I'll pass the floor back to our speakers, back to our panelists. Maybe before I do so, let me simply stress that for the last 12 years, I've invested in companies in Africa, and there are lots of different conditionalities, and it's one of the conditions for me and my colleagues investing. But there is one thing. When I compare the dialogue that exists in the private sector, whereby the financial backer is almost in a superior position, offering to provide money to an entrepreneur who needs it, what kind of difference is there regarding the dialogue and the conditionality that we're talking about? I think there are three differences. First of all, the situation of dependency is not the same at all, because in fine, the beneficiary of a potential loan or an investment always has alternatives. And so the dependency doesn't really exist, because the person, the investor who provides funding, needs to invest. If they can't invest their money, then they can't make money. So at a given moment in time, they have to listen to the people that they want to invest in, because they want their investment to be accepted. The second point that is important is the sturdiness of the situation. If the investment, if the money is wasted or lost, it's a problem for the entrepreneur who benefited from the investment, but it's a big problem for the investor as well. So there's a form of solidarity in the failure that the two parties suffer from. And you don't have that in public development policies when, for example, the aid money isn't used. There isn't necessarily any solidarity in the failure. It doesn't exist. At least it doesn't exist for the politician or for the civil servant who works in development aid. So I would argue there's one necessary impact is that, of course, we have to listen to the entrepreneurs, the people who are going to benefit from our aid, from our investment, because the person who we're going to give money to knows their business way better than we do. And there's a last point, which is that the legitimacy of the conditionality by the financial backer is never called into question, because the financial backer knows full well that if there are any points that are really important to him or her, because he believes that the entrepreneur is wrong on certain things, or because he or she has his own budgetary constraints, that means that they have to have certain conditionalities, that means that nobody's going to call into question the legitimacy of the financial backer to put forward their constraints. These differences, could they be a form of inspiration that could bring about changes in the issues that we're up against when we talked about donors? Because I would almost say that the situation is potentially a healthier one. So this being said, can I now maybe give the opportunity to each of you within the space of 1 minute to react? You don't have to do so, but if you have something to say, please do so within the space of a minute. Thank you very much, Jean-Michel. In relation to your question, young man, you don't have to accept aid that is offered to you. Currently, more and more, there are African states that refuse the gifts of money that are offered. It's the case of the United Nations that offered free aid, but certain countries say, no, we don't need it, we don't want it. Support has to be provided because there's a need. If you don't have a need, it's like when you're full up. If you're full up, you don't want to eat anymore. The second aspect concerns the negotiation aspects. You can have negotiations, and during the course of negotiations, it's the market rules, that supply and demand, that are important. So both parties need to negotiate and exchange in order to put together the conditionalities that they agree upon. It's not unidirectional. As Jean-Michel said, the seller or the donator wants to invest, but they have to find the right outlets. But if they can't find companies that want to benefit from the money, or people who want to, or governments who want to benefit from the money, it won't work. You do have some investors that travel all around Africa, and every time they're basically trying to flog their goods. So there are gifts, there are loans, but you are never obliged or get ready to negotiate. That's my contribution. Thank you, Jean-Michel. Just 2 or 3 points that I would like to raise. 2 rather than 3, Tertius, please. In relation to the asymmetry of dialogue, I think that was a point that you raised, Bruno, and your neighbour behind you broached this point as well. Your neighbour behind even took things 1 step further. He said, should conditionality not focus on how prepared or ready the economic policies are? We, however, we argue that we have strategies. Just because you don't have strategies, you can't imagine that we don't have strategies and you can do what you want. We always have strategies, and one of the conditions for you helping us is that we have to have development strategies. Now, the real question, the question you asked the gentleman behind, was relevant. The strategies in question, are they designed by an isolated elite that has no idea of the reality of the field? What is the participation process, citizen participation? That's the real question. How do we encourage citizen participation? Do we have conditionality to guarantee that it's efficient? Look at the Americans. They have cooperation programs. They have what we call MCAs. But the way in which you compile your cooperation strategy is very important. And the best way is to travel around the country, is to talk to everybody in the country. The system has to be a participative system. And in a country, if you look at countries such as ours, where you have a system where dialogue, discussion is part of our DNA, we always have this dialogue even without the development partners. Our strategy is always based on participation from a broad number of people and stakeholders. And this is what you need to stress the importance of, because we're not talking about governments that have strategies that are disconnected from reality, from the citizens. We're not talking about governments that don't provide minutes and reports. And you have to have participated to be able to compile a report.
I believe we need to conclude. Now, to avoid, one can refuse aid. Yes, but that requires one thing that comes back to what Bruno and the other speaker had said. How do the governments work in our countries? For you to be able to refuse aid, you first of all need to have a coordination within the government, in other words, collegiality. The policy that the government is pursuing, everybody should know. There's one contact point with the partners, and when they come, they know that what they're saying, instead of consolidating, is going to actually create disorder or destructuring. Now, what's happening? What's happening really in the field? The partners that we feel this weakness of government collegiality. Now, somebody who's working in health, for example, has reports, has a relationship with the health ministry, and they can say, I've got money, we can give it to you for this, that, the other. Now, they don't understand, given the global strategy and the coordination of this action, this money there, it's just to make a lot of noise. It's just to create a bunch of noise. And they're going to say, no, no, he needs this money. The other's going to say, no, I don't. No, no. See the way it works? Now, you're going to find this in your administrations. These are things that you're going to have to confront. As they said, the dialogue within the government needs to be a governmental, collegial understanding. So there are contact people who speak in the name of the government. And there, I think you can say no. No, thanks. No, you're not well organized. And one will say no, one will say yes. Now, Jean-Michel, thank you very much for your comment. Now, we cannot forget what you said. And I draw the conclusion when you said that those who give don't care about the results. They just do this for a certain discourse for their general opinion. Now, I heard that. I wouldn't go as far as saying that. But why do you want us to talk about this question today? I mean, is it really worth it? We're talking about efficacy. Why? Because if they don't care, or they just want to say things that their general population is going to appreciate. Now, we believe that what you want to do is to help us out to solve our problems. But no, apparently you're doing it for public opinion, so they'll be happy with what you're saying. Now, I agree with you, but nonetheless, we've known one another for so long. It's not. Yeah, you're just being the devil's advocate here. I mean, I know you. Come on, you're just saying that. You're just trying to raise this issue. I know you're being provocative. I know the commitments you've had. Have you supported us? And so many useful things together so that it does work. No, but it's okay because it works. There you go. I just wanted to say that, and then say to Jean-Michel as well. I'm very, very pleased to have this provocation. Nonetheless, it's going to give me more of a critical view when I'm going to have an opportunity to speak again. And maybe this is a transition. This was to raise the debate, but I do not believe, for example, that if governments of the OECD countries were very serious about the efficacy of their aid in terms of capacity to change the fates of these countries, would they have introduced the conditionalities we know about corruption, democracy, LGBT, exclusion? I believe that these conditionalities that have taken on great importance in industrialized countries and their relationships with lesser developed countries in terms of granting funds. They are there to denote a political positioning and not an intent to reduce poverty in these poor countries. I think these are different levels of problematic that are different. But this is just my own personal opinion. Now, I want to commit to something else and to back Jean-Michel, because what you said refers to a discussion I had yesterday with my daughter. And I think this goes far beyond the development policy. My daughter asked me why in 40 years of civil service work, I never took on a political function. And I said, you know, the difference between somebody who's a political manager and a civil servant, a political person needs to politically come in. And we just will work on public policy. Now, if you're interested in efficacy, it's the agents of AFD, the Ministry of Treasury, and so forth. It's not our ministers. I also wanted to raise another point about democratic governance or governments as well. Of course, we must promote this. We must promote democracy. But that's the role of diplomats. It's the role of political dialogue, but we must no longer instrumentalize aid to promote democracy. These are our own democracies we're proud of, justly proud of, but it's not the point of aid to promote these types of democracies. It's, once again, the question of diplomatic discussion, but it's not our role. What could I add to that? Maybe I'm being a bit more cynical than Jean-Michel, or differently cynical, because if we look at Swedish policies, I think they're ready to change things. Swedish politicians, the country's options for collaboration, because it's not working the way it ought. And right now, we're reviewing things, revising things, and I think the system of international development aid is being transformed. There are so many more shared interests that are arising. Therefore, the positioning of the poorer countries is decreasing in conditionality. To get this to function, of course, what one needs is dialogue and pooling, mutualization of effort. We can do things if we are able to obtain that, but it's very hard. And it's very rare that we are able to succeed. There are funds that one can purchase. Yes, you can buy funds.
This I can't do in...
Je ne fais plus en français, là, dit-il.
You have to think about the toothpaste tube. It's easier to push the toothpaste out. It's very difficult to put it back into it again. So there are some reforms that are irreversible. And if you can sort of buy those reforms, you get a success.
Merci beaucoup, Mats. Je voudrais vérifier si Nathalie et Paul...
Could we check if Nathalie and Paul are still online? Because I cannot see them, and maybe they want to speak up. Yes, I'm here. I think Paul went to the dentist, but not me. I'm still here, not at the dentist. So, yes. Just a few points to be able to say, no, yes, I agree. There are countries that could use this budgetary backing, but they do not want to accept a program, whether it be with the IMF or the UN or others. This is something that does exist, yes, and comes back to what was said
l'indicateur principal de volonté politique.
About this political determination. Now, the fragility of certain states, that fragilizes the system as well. Yes, we all know that this exists, and there are many studies on this subject that have been undertaken and have led to various strategies for these fragile states, whether it be for the World Bank or the IMF. And there are ad hoc solutions as well that have been adapted for these fragile states, construction contracts and resilience contracts, which is a specific budget support system for fragile states. And if I do dare say, that is been very successful in the last few years. We have so many of these, and also we've implemented, including in the Balkans during COVID period. So these are contracts that are very ambitious, that start up very well with a number of indicators attached to them to help these situations of fragility, not just fragile states, under all of its forms. Promoting now the question of donations that are costly. When I see the debt level of a number of African countries, especially, when I see this remains something that is very much sought after, these donations. And with our whole array of instruments, we've got part of our donations that need to be changed into blending and guarantees. So there are a lot of countries that don't want this. They're reticent. And they prefer to get just a frank donation than to have a multiplication effect with some of these donations that would be transformed into blending or guarantees. So I think this is something that is nonetheless appreciated and necessary for many countries. Now, this question of promoting democratic governance, this is very much linked, if I agree with all of the speakers, this is the toughest thing to succeed with, but it's very linked to economic and financial governance. When we talk about political governance, is a dialogue on education political, or is it? No, of course it's political. Yes, for getting girls to go to school, of course that's eminently political. And the fact of having a modality with various indicators that are not political, but using various instruments to implement this dialogue, that is really something that does allow us to support values that one of the contacts, especially the European Union, wants to promote, especially with a partner across from them who also have values to promote, and to see how we can progress together on this front. So it's the power of dialogue of politicians and of policies through these instruments. Thank you very much. Thanks, Nathalie. Thanks for not having gone to the dentist, and also thank you very much, very bravely have defended the conditionality on politics and values. This is part of the heart of our debate. Mathieu, Patrick, do you want to say a few concluding words? I wanted to speak for Philippe Hérault. He's in charge of the development structure that was not able to hear. He sent me a message a few minutes ago. And this is kind of creating repercussions with the fact of being able to say no, of establishing dialogue among recipients and donors. And he says it's very important to have a good understanding from the very start, and to base this initial dialogue on the diagnostics of the starting point. If you agree on the diagnostic, you're probably going to agree on the necessary remedies, conditionality, in other words. Patrick, thank you very much. I think I'm going to pick up right after Jean-Michel to moderate the session this afternoon on efficacy, effectiveness. And we saw during this debate to what extent this question of conditionality is linked to effectiveness, and which effectiveness, which efficacy linked to its criteria, and ergo, which is legitimate for effectiveness. Now, we'll talk about this later on in the afternoon session. I'd like to begin by saying that the debate on results conditionality, we could call it that, or where donations are linked to a number of results, is something that is very moot. And it's a subject on which there's been a lot of discussion, debate in the literature. And of course, that's the heart of the matter. And I'd like to say as well, with strong criticism about the way this word of result, conditionality of result, has been implemented, because it's not results. It's another name that is given to other instruments and not results. Now, this afternoon, you also did a study, Mats, about result-based, but on a micro scale, because you have a whole series of tests or experimentations to see whether aid needs to be conditioned to households to make sure that they send their kids to school. And there's a whole lot of literature on that subject. And it's very important to be able to understand what's going on in macroeconomic scale. But this is more linked to aid efficacy than aid conditionality. And I think we haven't come to the end of these debates on results or outcomes. Maybe one last word to conclude. To continue on with what Jean-Michel was inferring, now let's be cautious, or let's be wary of semantics. We're not changing anything, but we're just changing words. And in the world of political dialogue, you can, you know, it's a grab bag. You can stick in reform between agents and donors, or beneficiaries and donors. You could also throw into this mixed bag the same things as before. So thank you very much, Patrick. Now, we're going to talk about continuing between the morning and the afternoon sessions. Olivier Lafourcade's paper is almost entirely dedicated to this very subject of what is efficacy or effectiveness, and the difference can be behind this. So I would really love all of you to be able to come back for the second part of the discussions this afternoon. We start at 2 o'clock. Please check your schedules. 2 o'clock. We'll start up at 2 o'clock.
So before we go for live, let me give you the ChatGPT verdict. Initially speaking, I thought I could record the conversation and then get ChatGPT to react to our conversation. But the AI isn't as sophisticated as it needs to be to do this. So let me say I'm going to read a few extracts from the article that ChatGPT wrote this morning. And this was on the theme of conditionality in public aid to development, a critical approach. I summarized because we learn many different things. It is specified that conditionality, for example, or rather, let me say, we study conditionality in examining the political perspectives in relation to the debate. The article by ChatGPT specifies what conditionality is. The article says that conditionality can potentially include structural reforms, good governance, policies to fight against corruption. The donating countries decide what the conditionality is and talk about the fact that the beneficiary or the receiving countries have to guarantee the efficacy and the transparency of the aid. Next, conditionality is criticized. Some people say that it limits the sovereignty of the beneficiary countries, and sometimes the countries find it difficult to implement specific policies that are appropriate for their country. The donating countries sometimes dictate rules that do not illustrate what the country wants at a local level. They've read Olivier Sardon. The efficacy of conditionality, another point that is important when it comes to achieving the development criteria. Certain researchers specify that conditionality can be counterproductive because it creates perverse, harmful situations, such as austerity procedures that can lead to less spending on essential areas. Next, the fourth part that ChatGPT talks about means in relation to the criticisms that have been proposed, some people say participation is essential. The beneficiary countries have to take part in the priorities, in establishing the priorities. Hence, it is important to strengthen the institutions in the countries so that participative approaches can be more successful. ChatGPT says it's a controversial, complex subject. You might note that ChatGPT did not focus at all on results. That's totally absent from the article. And even if this article is interesting, I think our panel did way, way better. So congratulations, the panel has won. You won 1-0. You did the work that has been done on the efficacy of aid. Okay, and the recording has just got underway. Can I ask, is Chantal already with us? Yes, yes. Hello, everybody. Okay, Chantal, we'll pass the floor over to you shortly. What about Annelise? Yes, I'm here with you. Good afternoon to everybody. In that case, for this panel, let me stress that we have some very interesting speakers who are about to take to the floor. On my right-hand side, we have Lisa Chaubet, who is a professor at the University of Paris 1, somebody who used to work with us and who has co-signed a certain number of papers with me. Next, we have Marin, who is also an associate professor at the University of Gustave Eiffel. He's worked a great deal with Lisa, who was his thesis director, Jean-Louis Arcan, who we heard this morning, who is the new president of the Global Development Network. Next, we have Jean-Pierre Olivier de Sardan, who is an eminent anthropologist and also the author of a book that I strongly recommend you read. It's called La Revanche des Contextes, loose translation, The Revenge of Contexts. And we have Olivier Lafourcade, former director of the World Bank and currently president of the board of directors of Investors and Partners, who are experts in development across many continents. And he is a practitioner, so we'll have the point of view of a practitioner on the questions that we're going to be broaching. Just to set the scene for the debate, efficacy of aid. Wow, congratulations. Everybody's in favour of the efficacy of aid. However, one of the difficulties we're up against is, depending on who you're talking to, they don't talk at all about the same thing. For example, for civil servants, for aid agencies, and even for politicians, the efficacy or the efficiency of the aid, of course, is going to be what we talk about in large-scale forums, in conferences in Busan, Paris, Accra, etc. And it's a question of processes. Now, for the economists, the efficacy of the aid is all about analysis, the technical aspects, the different hypotheses that we produce concerning the flow of aid and the growth that is generated. One focuses on poverty in this context, and also what category of spending we're going to have, that kind of thing. And to be totally honest, what strikes me massively, and has done for the last few years, is the fact that these two meanings that we give to the word efficacy, that in fact correspond to two streams of thought, they are opposite from one another, total opposites from one another. In other words, in university work that is done by researchers on the efficacy of aid, we don't pay much attention at all to processes, to the ways in which discussions are brought about. And this tends to be the subject that international organizations focus on, however, when they talk about the efficacy of aid. And in discussions that have taken place in the discussions in Accra, Busan, Paris, and with the Global Partnership for Effective Development that followed on from the forum on the efficacy of aid at the OECD, this has become a forum within the OECD that has become the CNUD, because the OECD has wanted to work with the United Nations and get them to work on the subject with them. And they now compete with another exercise on developing efficacy. There are other organizations now within the United Nations. So I'm just trying to say that there's been a kind of scattering of the analyses and of the forums. And all of these things continue to exist because these kind of bodies never die. In the month of December, for example, nobody knows this, but there was yet another meeting of the Global Partnership for Effective Development. I repeat, for effective development. It took place for 3 days in Geneva with many ministers who were present. And they talked about a pact an agreement, but there was no mention of it in the press, whereas Accra, Paris, Busan, they're all places where we said, oh, something changed. But when you have a forum on the efficacy of aid, necessarily they talk about alignment, about the different aspects, and then there was no tangible result. There's a document that I haven't had a chance to provide, but it's as if there are two totally separate streams or ongoing ruts. You've got the bureaucratic side and the university side. And as far as the university is concerned, we've often had debates. Our university economists have had dates in the wake of a certain number of articles that were produced on efficacy measures and growth. And in the year 2000, so many economists felt very passionate about these subjects. You might say that the research is still ongoing, but now research looks at other issues. But as I said, it's as if we had two sandy pathways, and these two sandy pathways, we're going to talk about them and maybe inject new life into them and draw a certain number of conclusions, or rather proposals together, because that is what we're looking to achieve. We want to make a certain number of proposals so that we can improve the efficacy of aid, whether it's in one of these sandy pathways or the other. It doesn't matter which one. So, Olivier Lafourcade, if you would like to take to the floor, can you please create a link between the discussion that we had this morning and the discussion we're going to have this afternoon? Thank you very much, Patrick. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to those of you who are already here this morning. Good afternoon to the new people present. My suggestion is I could start out with a few observations made following on from the discussion on conditionality. I didn't want to speak this morning in that there were plenty of other speakers, but I think it gives me an opportunity to bridge the gap with this subject of aid efficacy. Let me just make a few observations in relation to conditionality. There are a few principles that I think are important and that maybe were not focused on sufficiently from my point of view this morning. First of all, conditionality. I remember when I was a kid, I wanted to go to the cinema, and my mother used to say, no, you can go to the cinema once you've tidied up your bedroom. I didn't tidy my bedroom, so I didn't go to the cinema. None of us like conditionality. The very definition of the word conditionality has negative ramifications. Maybe it's vital, conditionality as things go, but nevertheless, I think we all have to accept that it's not something that is very nice, not something very pleasant. Also, we don't buy values, we don't sell values, as somebody kindly reminded us this morning, and we do not impose reforms upon anybody. We can sometimes buy reforms, but what is imposed upon other people, if we impose conditionality on people, my personal experience leads me to say that often it's bound to fail. Why? Because in that case, we all apply a notion which is that we look for acceptance, but if there's no acceptance, no buy-in from those who receive the aid, then you're necessarily going to fail. There will always be a reason why it's going to be somebody else's fault and not the person who it was imposed upon. However, I would argue it's perfectly legitimate from the party that is contributing. Think of your bank manager. It's perfectly legitimate for the bank manager to say, for example, I want to fund something, but I reserve the right not to fund. So that's where the legitimacy lies. It is to say, I do not agree. Let me use one of the themes that we focused on, and very rightly so this morning. It was the Minister Tersuzo. It's very true. When you're in a situation where there is a local strategy that works, a local strategy where the external partner can potentially work with it. In other words, where it's relatively easy to adapt to the strategy that is already in place. The true question in that case is, but however, it's rarely the case. You've got two other types of situations. The situation where there is well and truly a strategy, but from the outside in, it looks as if it's a bit random and not a very healthy strategy. And that gives rise to negotiations, and occasionally that gives rise to discussions that can be rather arduous. Before you meet the middle ground, the consensus that is absolutely vital without anything being imposed on anybody. There is the third case that unfortunately is quite widespread. There is no strategy. And whereas an external partner, you have a strategy that you simply cannot agree with. with Mr. Hugo Chavez from Venezuela, I had to enter into negotiations. He showed me a strategy. It was a strategy, but the World Bank simply could not buy into it, could not go along with it, both because of the macroeconomic data and also in relation to the sectorial data. What do you do in that case? We always have the privilege of saying, no, I'm sorry, I cannot continue, so I will not invest. Of course, after that, we're accused of being unpleasant individuals, of being dictators, of not wanting to fund countries. However, if well and truly in our heart and soul, professionally speaking, we do not agree with the strategy that is presented, then we will not make the investment. Next, we find ourselves, of course, in a situation whereby we're using conditionality, we're applying conditionality, and I hate it. What is important is to find a consensus, as we saw this morning. If from the outside in it looks as though something has been imposed on others by the World Bank, obviously the situation will not improve. In my negotiations with the Prime Minister of the Ivory Coast in 1994, we were looking to evaluate the CFA franc. Who am I to impose something upon the head of this country? The head of the country knew a lot more about me. He'd studied more than I had. He was more competent than I am as an economist. When I work with Mr. Tersuzo, he's more competent than I am as a representative of the World Bank. Who am I to attempt to impose something on somebody else? I have only one formula, which is to reach an agreement, to enter into a discussion. And this is what we gradually managed to do, and we managed to find an agreement. In many cases, I don't know whether Tertius would agree, but in many cases, it's my contribution to the agreements that we have that would be, I would like us to see this, that, or the other included. And often it's my counterparts who come forth with what they know I want. They know what I want. And here I'm speaking about the specific cases where there is a true strategy. And I've been very privileged to be able to enter into negotiations in that kind of framework. So the result of what I'm trying to say here is that more often than not, it's a question of communication, judgment, evaluation of the human relations when you enter into the negotiation process. It's fundamental. Well, when I was a director in Mexico, Mr. Celio, the president of Mexico, had a PhD from Princeton. His Minister of Finance had a PhD from Chicago. The governor of the central bank had a PhD from Stanford. What on earth was I going to teach them in terms of the economy? Who was I to impose things? You do not need to impose things on the Mexican government. The only formula is a sound belief in what we're doing. Clearly, we serve a purpose because people always come and ask us for contributions. So it would seem that we serve a purpose. I'm simply trying to say that this concept, conditionality, is something that you can exercise in a very different manner, depending on the cases, the country, the state of the local government, the local country, etc. And let's speak very clearly, the excesses and the behaviors that we sometimes see in our own organizations. I'm sitting opposite Mr. Ouattara, for example, in the Ivory Coast. Of course, we're going to try and negotiate. If I then go to Washington, I might have a boss who behaves like a matador, saying, no, no way, you need to impose what you want. Go for it. Whereas you can take the same person from Washington and put them in front of the dignitaries, the African dignitaries concerned, and all of a sudden they become like putty in their hands and we reach an agreement. It's very hard to be a matador or a matador when, for example, you never leave your office. These are all elements, human elements from my perspective, that need to be taken into account. And they fundamentally underpin the type of relationships that we can have with different countries. Maybe I could stop here. And nevertheless, there are a last few words I'd like to say concerning conditionality from a political perspective. This morning, we didn't go into much detail on this subject. In other words, the fact that we need to understand that there are different levels of conditionality from a political perspective. If your country is country X, you have every right in your diplomatic relations with a body, an organization from another country, to exercise your conditionality, to say, I am France, I'm exercising my conditionality rights with a country. From a political perspective, it is my privilege. However, if I go to the World Bank or to the International Monetary Fund, it's a multilateral organization. I am non-political, non-religious. In that case, I don't have any right to interfere in decisions that are political decisions. I cannot perform any form of political conditionality.
Now, of course, in my previous job, I was submitted to the pressure of various players, U.S., France, Great Britain. Depending on the countries I was working with or at, people did try and apply pressure to me. But I'm in an international institution where I do not have the right to partake of the interior policies of a country. Now, from time to time, what happens by wanting to be non-political, often you figure out that you would maybe say politics is not of interest to me, but that would be stupid. I'm very interested in what's happening in local politics, but I need to know about it, but I'm not a player. Now, if I went to the European Union, I'm in an intermediate level. Now, throughout the European Union, the countries do have the right to apply a political conditionality to the theme. Now, I just want to end here to say that this political conditionality needs to be determined in a different way depending on where the financing is coming from. I'd like to stop there because there's all kinds of elements that are raised here that have involvement concerning efficacy or effectiveness. And from the beginning, I had a very bit of a problem with my this presentation from my dear friend Patrick Guillemot. I read this title. It says, change what lessons increase the efficacy of public funding. It's not just aid, it's public financing, public funding. So there's already a problem of defining efficacy here. Are we talking about efficacy of the aid or efficacy of public financing? Now, I'm going to take the second choice because I consider that the efficacy of aid, as was said very well this morning, this is part of overall financing. So the efficacy of aid can only be measured when you look at the global entity. Now, what are the four sources of public financing? Global. Domestic, public domestic, domestic private, international public, and private international. And now we're starting to get the idea that there's a little more complexity there than what I might have seen in a review of the literature, where one realizes that the maximum impact of a donor country, it has to do with the efficacy of its aid. I'd like to see a little bit more, to see what's going on with the efficacy of public financing. All the rest, $600 billion coming from remittances. Now, where is the efficacy of this financing, which is international private financing? How does this measured? Who measured this? There's all kinds of studies on this, but I suspect that this could be pushed even a little farther on this question of efficacy of what? I believe that it would be well worth it that we should ask ourselves this question on three levels. First level, that was the priority till now, the donors, the financiers, distinguishing between private and public, funding that is commercially based or funding that is more for non-profit, in other words, donations and subsidies and all that. Of course, this is debated a lot in the field of aid. We can look outside of aid as well. Don't forget, however, that in our institutions, we're talking about the World Bank, and everything it finances is not aid. No, there are plenty of topics that are financed by the RFI, by other private investment banks. This is not considered to be aid, but it is effective somewhere. How can you measure this compared to the efficacy of the rest? And here I do have a number of queries. We're not so good at that. That's the first level, that of the contributors, those we consider the contributors. Second level, very objectively, almost absent, come on, those who are recipients. Tertius mentioned it this morning, and I want to emphasize this even more. Where is the point of view of the beneficiaries, the receivers, not just of aid, but of public financing? If we look at public financing and the various categories that I explained, public financing that is domestic, what is it? Financing the national budget is public fund. Now, is somebody looking at whether this is effective, the use of public funds in nation states, for the benefit of whom? According to what criteria? Let me mention the case of my dear friend, Vice Minister of Finances in Mexico, a lovely woman, Eline Rodriguez, Vice Minister of Finances, she said to me, public funds do not go where they're supposed to be allocated, okay? And the vice minister is telling me this, okay? She's a mythical woman, and this kind of shakes you up when you hear this kind of thing. No, the mechanism, aid mechanism, necessarily is going to be matched to this local public financing as well. So one is not concerned about the efficacy of local public financing. I mean, we're just going to be wasting time. Quid as well about all of the financing that comes from the outside and is bypassing all of this local financing type. So there's this definition of efficacy or effectiveness that is becoming more and more complex. So we've got two levels, the donors, the users, on the other hand. There are always exceptions to the rule, of course, but we're not going to look at the exceptions. And then there's all the intermediates. What is the effectiveness of instruments that are used? So I look and a review of the literature. We talk a lot about literature. We look at the efficacy of certain instruments such as projects. Wonderful, fine and good. I'm very interested to look at projects, the efficacy of a project. But it just so happens that the trend for the number of years has, as much as possible, to the greatest extent possible, moving away from this idea of a project. We're talking more about programs. We're talking about the concept of sector. And in Mexico, I took 5% of the education sector. That's not a project. How am I going to measure the efficacy of this type of instrument vis-a-vis efficacy of X or Y projects for 50,000 families, in the hinterlands of Chiapas mountains? Now, also, there's this budgetary notion. It'd be a dream if we could all just contribute to budgetary subsidies, but this means that we'd have an administrative governance tool which would be reliable. And what would be the ways of measuring the efficacy of these tools? And also, we can measure the intermediates in an entire portion of the other instruments, which are procedures. Look, procedures. Procurement markets. What are the items? Is there mechanisms for measuring these procurement markets, etc.? And I'm going to stop there. The gentleman needs to use a mic.
Oui.
Yes. Thank you. So to comply with the discipline of sticking to your speaking time and ask that you allude to the paper that you prepared for this session that is on our website and that ends with a number of recommendations. And we'd like to hear more about your recommendations. So I'll go right to my recommendations because the last point that I think is very important in terms of measuring efficacy, I've mentioned this a little bit earlier on when I talked about conditionality. This is the behavior of the institution. How does one measure the efficacy of one institution compared to another? Some institutions are more receptive, others less. How can one measure these mechanisms of efficacy? Now, when it's a question of making recommendations, from my point of view, there is something that does exist and not sufficiently used. This is consistency of information from which all partners, whether they be domestic, internal, external, whether they be from financing institutions or other entities for subsidies and donations, all kinds of foundations, we need to talk about the same thing. Today, if I ask anyone, any of the outside partners here today, everybody has this idea of, I want to contribute to reducing poverty. This is kind of, it's a commonplace statement, and I want to be impactful. So how do you measure this impact? Where should the resources go? Of everybody, if we all want to answer the same question, there are two tools that are already available. We don't use them sufficiently. The first is a review of public expenditure. If you've got a government and you let the government truly analyze public expenditure that is going to show you where the monies are going, where the resources are allocated, whether it be for investment or for functioning, this gives you a good idea of what the government's doing. The second document or tool is called a poverty assessment. This is like a mapping of poverty in a country. And you look at distribution geographic distribution with all types of classifications of these situations of poverty in the country. Now, if you stick one on top of the other, overlap them, you'll rarely be surprised. Never sticks together. It doesn't fit, doesn't match. This means public expenditure does not correspond to the reality situation in the country of poverty. And if you're able to reconcile the two, this gives you an immediate strategy to figure out where you need to spend money to be able to answer this question. I think this is something very interesting. I think he's going to be blushing. There was a case with Burkina a number of years ago. I was involved in this. It was an outstanding case from this point of view. If you've got an overall meeting of all of the civil society players in society in Burkina dealing with these two documents in simultaneous manner, it gives you spectacular outcomes because it's denouncing what the government, where the government is misplacing the money, or it says it's putting money, but it's not going to the right spot. And for the entire population as well, it's some people who thought they were very unhappy proportionately are either much better or much worse than others who are in more serious situations in other portions of the country. Now, given this overlapping or reconciliation, one can build real strategies. So this is an appeal. What does this mean? This means that this type of strategy needs to be accepted and acceptable by all. Of course, there are some governments that are not at all ready to play this game because the proof of the shift between the two can be suicidal. I had this incident in Mexico when we reviewed public expenditure and when we evaluated the situation of poverty in the country. It was very severe against the government because they did not want this thing to be published before the elections because it would have been suicidal. So you do have to manage this type of situation, and lots of conditionalities come into play. Very difficult. So I will stop there, maybe open the debate a little bit later on these points, but my conclusion. From my point of view, it would be a good idea to pick up all of the definitions of what efficacy could be for donors, for beneficiaries, and for the instruments that exist in the middle, whether they be public or private institutional. I'm not at all talking about private subject, but I think it would be worth looking more closely at this. Thank you very much, Olivier. I think this was very enlightening, and it completed this morning's program as well, and it's going to help extend the next presentation. I'd just like to emphasize as well this consistency between the proposal that you expressed to have a double mapping, an overlapping mapping of poverty and public expenditure. I believe that this is a transparency tool applicable to strategy. We mentioned this a number of times this morning, especially Tiasu Zongo. Countries do have strategies, but what the donors want is transparency of these strategies. What is your strategy? We are ready to back it, but first of all, we need to know what it is. So this strategy in its combat against poverty needs to be backed on a certain type of mapping, and especially an overlapping mapping, a crossover map between poverty and public expenditure. This is a tool for transparency that is going to really suit what we talked about this morning. Another point, because exactly the practice today, I think we're talking about this later, but unfortunately, it's not the general case that all financing goes through a national budgetary system, and this can only create confusion because everyone has their own budgetary and a mechanism and their measures of efficacy. So there's a big challenge here, a lot of stakes involved, because it could lead to dispersion and confusion. So yes, back to fragmentation that we mentioned earlier on in terms of external interventions. Also, we'll come back to this. But anyway, I do want to say for Olivier Lafourcade for the next speakers as well. For this event, we were perhaps running a little late compared to other events we organized. We do have documents, support documents from the start. These documents are either on the site already or in the next few days will be posted on the site. So do look at them. Now, the second presentation to introduce the debate is that about what does the literature, a review of the literature say? What does the academic literature tell us about practice? Our friend says literature doesn't tell it all. Maybe there are things that we need to go out and check. Me, myself, when I spoke with the next speakers, I saw that plenty of things happened in recent years that I perhaps didn't even notice, I didn't know about. I overlooked them. This literature nonetheless remains, how can I put it, a discussion among ourselves, economists. And so how can we bear messages and how can this literature be of use to politics? So, Lisa.
Merci Patrick. Et puis...
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you also for the invitation to this event. With Marin FERDI, as you said, we've attempted to perform a review of the recent progress that academic literature has been able to come up with regarding aid effectiveness. So what we've done is focused on this specific financial flow. The difficulty that we encountered when we launched into this adventure is that very, very easily we can see the positive impact of aid projects when you evaluate them. For the most part, the aid that is evaluated at the microeconomic level appears to be extremely effective, whereas at a macroeconomic level, we find it very difficult to pinpoint the benefits of the aid, whether it's in terms of growth or reducing poverty, what we call the micro-macro paradox in the literature. This difficulty that we have to pinpoint the macroeconomic impact. So for the moment, I'm going to talk about and present the studies at a macroeconomic levels and the difficulties that we encounter and the main conclusion that I feel we can draw from these approaches. Then after that, Marin FERDI will present to you the progress made from a methodological point of view. And in terms of the data also, that means that in the third part, rather than performing these analyses, you can reconcile the two approaches, both micro and macro, and hence we look at what the potential future pathways for research can be. So the heart, or rather the core of the debate when it comes to the macroeconomic approach to the macroeconomic impact of aid, as was proposed during the year 2000, it's a subject that was developed this morning specifically, and it was explained very clearly by Tertius. What do I mean? Well, it concerns the fact that given the fact that the aid is fungible, when the aid comes about and is on offer, you have, for example, the distributing or the donating countries and then the recipient country. If their points of view diverge, it's very hard for the donator to guarantee that the aid will be used as they intend it to be used in the light of their specific objectives. And of course, the conditionality systems, and here I'm trying to manage the issue of conditionality. I'm trying to ensure that the financial backers, for example, are able to make sure that the aid is used as they wish it to be used and as they intended it to be used. The conditionality systems have been heavily criticized, mainly because of the questions of buy-in or ownership, not only for these reasons, but that is the main issue that is encountered. And there's a kind of consensus that has emerged on this question. So at the beginning of the year 2000, the World Bank used the Bank-Sidon dollar work that Patrick referred to earlier in order to offer a situation whereby aid could be allocated depending on the quality of the governance and depending on the quality of the choice of economic policies carried out by the developing countries. At the end of the day, this specific criterion that was chosen as the basis served as a kind of indicator or an alarm bell for the donating country. It was the way that enabled them to know whether or not, consistently speaking, the aid was going to be used in harmony with their objectives, and hence there was a convergency of the targets between the donating countries and the recipient countries. So the conditionality suddenly became balanced, and this was based on the idea that the aid would be more effective when the countries have good, healthy governance or when they make certain economic choices that are deemed to be healthy. One of the conclusions that we were able to draw from this specific analysis is that the aid didn't have a uniform impact in all of the countries. On the contrary, it had a heterogeneous impact. It depended on the country's contexts. And it's interesting to underscore that this was the case, despite the fact that there's very little consensus in the academic literature, lots of debate, but little consensus. There was one consensus, however, which was that the aid had a heterogeneous impact. No debate on that specific question. The discussions tended to occur when people started to talk about the conditions for the conditionality of the aid. Should it be democracy, political choices, and so on and so forth? Some people say that it's important to invest money in democratic countries, or should it depend on countries, post-conflict countries, for example, where the aid potentially could be particularly effective, or should conditionality be vulnerability? And Patrick contributed a great deal to this idea and to this subject with me, but with other people as well, with Laurent, with Sylviane, and with Catherine Corrachet, a whole range of co-authors. So at the beginning of the years 2000, it's true that we studied the impact of aid on growth, for example, and we highlighted that aid is particularly effective in those countries that are vulnerable or exposed to external incidents, whether it's climatic or commercial impacts and incidents, and this made it possible to diminish the negative impact of the situation in these developing countries. And other works, other articles demonstrated that aid was able to stabilize a country, to fight against certain negative cycles. There could be volatility in a country, for example, relative volatility in relation to exports, if suddenly the amount of exports dropped. And the aid could contribute to stabilizing the country and hence have a positive impact on growth. If we then take things one step further and exaggerate slightly, Paul Collier with David Dollar said what we could do is introduce an allocation rule that would enable us to maximize the number of people who exit from poverty thanks to the aid that is provided. And of course, this allocation rule was based on a specific premise or principle of governance, good governance, in the countries, in the recipient countries. And it was a revolution at the time, an absolute revolution for two reasons. First of all, because it gave us the opportunity to offer a system that was no longer a discretionary system like today's, where the allocation of the aid comes mainly from the specific agendas that the donating countries often have. And this time round, it was a specific rule. And it was a revolution because it made clear that the system was a system to encourage countries and aim for countries to have their own governance in their developing countries. At the opposite end of the scale, there was a problem that Patrick raised this morning. This is the problem related to double jeopardy. For example, those populations that live in countries where the governance was fragile suffered both from the fact that their governance was fragile, but they also suffered from the fact that they received less aid in the allocation of resources. So in the work carried out by Patrick, notably with Laurent Wagner, they suggest that maybe vulnerability could be included as a criterion for allocation of funds. And this means it would reduce the gap of the double jeopardy and mean that those countries that were suffering particularly would benefit from the aid, and the aid would enable more people to suddenly exit from a poverty-based situation. So given the political ramifications of this academic literature, it was highly criticized for methodological reasons, and that's not what we're focusing on today. However, this academic literature did mean that economists decided to improve their methods and improve the data that is used. And so now Marin is going to continue. Thank you very much, Lisa, for this transition. I'm going to talk now about a whole new wave of studies that emerged in the middle of the year 2010. We're talking about a macroeconomic approach and what we call the analysis scale in these new studies. These new studies take into account a much more refined level of analysis than in the studies that Lisa presented. These new studies highlight the fact that the results can be rounded off by macroeconomic studies that have been performed up until now. But all of a sudden, they highlight new impacts, heterogeneous impacts of the aid that you can only capture if you take this new data into account. So initially speaking, let me give you the categories of the different studies, and I'm going to split them up into two parts. There's a first part of the analyses that we can qualify as mixed analyses, macroeconomic data, in other words, at a national level, and also data that comes from the results or performance indicators that are much more microeconomic. There's also a second category, and this second category comes from microeconomic organizations, only microeconomic data on the aid, on the impact of the projects, and the outcomes of the developments, measuring them at a very refined level. So these methodological approaches have become possible thanks to the fact that there is a lot more data that is available, data that was basically raw data in all of these different countries, data that came from firms, for example. There were more and more surveys carried out by the World Bank on companies in the different countries, and households also were interviewed about demographic or health issues, and hence the data was collected in these demographic and health surveys. More and more of them were performed, and there's also new data on how individuals perceive the quality of the governance in their country, and we have also what we call the Afrobarometers. On top of all of that, for the last 5 or 6 years, generally speaking, we've observed the fact that the development economists and aid economists have adapted to new geographic information systems that give them the opportunity to perform very local measurements of economic development and human development, and hence with these GIS systems they're able to work out where the flows are and how companies are developing. The microeconomic approaches on the ground give us the opportunity to see how heterogeneously the aid is used based on characteristics that are no longer specific to the countries, but specific more to individuals. And hence it's possible to see whether the aid has a more specific impact on certain firms and countries than it does, structurally speaking, more globally speaking, in terms of infrastructures. Along the same lines, thanks to these studies, we can see whether the aid has a positive impact on child mortality or illiteracy in children. Is the aid more useful for people who live, for example, in villages or in the towns? All of these questions are suddenly possible, and the answers are possible thanks to the new data. Alongside all of this data and these data sets, since the middle of the year 2000, we've also been able to see considerable improvements in the way in which the flows of aid are able to be put into categories. In the middle of the year 2000, efforts were made in terms of setting out categories for the different sectors. What I mean is that it was easier to identify where the aid flows were going towards what different sectors. And also, for the last few years, we've seen the emergence of new databases that enable us to see exactly how the aid is distributed from a spatial perspective. Several researchers have attempted, for example, to represent in an exhaustive manner the way that Chinese aid is distributed around certain countries, to map out how present China was in the development funding. And thanks to this geolocated and geo-referenced data, certain donators, such as our International Development Organization, has the same mapping process. A massive amount of effort has been made by EdData that looks to give a global overview of all of the aid projects that developing countries benefit from. Of course, this work is still underway. So for the moment, we only have information on Nigeria, Malawi, and Uganda. But over time, we'll have information on other countries. This data means that, at least initially speaking, we're able to clearly identify the projects that are likely to be more effective in the development sector. But over time, we're also more able to look at cause and effect. As we said this morning, it's very difficult to know how effective at a micro level these different projects are. On an individual level, we need to see exactly how effective the projects are on the ground, and that's why we perform the individualized randomized controlled trials. But when we talk about this geo-reference data, it does have certain disadvantages. As its name indicates, it only takes into account project-based aid. So at least part of the aid that is quite significant is not taken into account. Budgetary support, for example. in these analyses that we're talking about that focus only on the data, it's quite probable that we do not take into account the impact of the aid that goes to more global governmental approaches. As I said earlier, also, the different aid is geo-referenced for China, for the World Bank, for some donors, but not for all of the donors that are out there.
And also another disadvantage of this type of data is that there's granularity of the effects that are observed, and often leads these studies to drop the big picture and the macroeconomic side of things that could help distinguish individuals in these. So we're looking at micro totally and forgetting kind of the macroeconomic impact on these projects. But briefly and rapidly, now that I've finished that, I have very little time remaining, so I'm going to try and talk about some of the outcomes that we've analyzed with Lisa when we did our literature review, starting with the impact of these micro-macro studies, or totally micro. So the micro studies, first of all, are concentrated on growth measurements. So given that they're de-aggregated, it's national growth, and since, as like for macro studies, it was hard to get consensus about these aid projects' impact on average in developing countries on subnational growth, approximated in these studies by light luminosity that allows us to locally measure economic activities if we believe this approximation. Nonetheless, for some specific cases, Uganda or Sen, in a FERDI paper that Jean-Louis on my right and Ms. Barrault have shown that there could be an effect of these aid projects on this totally disaggregated projects, although the effects are not linear as well. Now, this means we need to search more and more the non-linearity of these things. Now, there's other studies about dealing with growth of productive entities, firm farmers, as Lisa Chauvet's paper explains. Now, when we're looking at the growth of sales in these farms, this shows that this data is even stronger for companies that are more and more dependent on infrastructures and the bigger stakeholders in their activities. So this allows us to get more precise ideas about the effects of this aid and to redirect these aid flows to certain sectors, as was shown in their paper, to alleviate this constraint, for example, for transportation or for energy. Same thing was found by another paper on the Chinese aid that also talks about this aid differentiation impact depending on the specificity of firms. And I will try and go faster, said he. I'm going to try and abbreviate. You've got a recent study as well that is trying to look at the impact of aid on how sustainable these growth processes are, whether, for example, greenhouse gases can be reduced in these beneficiary countries. But since there are not too many studies on that, the results are quite mixed, because what we do observe in some studies that sometimes aid is positive. Climate aid can be helpful to reducing greenhouse gases, but these studies are very small, and these results are very small and ephemeral, and it's very hard to determine between environmental and economic powers. And I must end for human development consensus as well. Going back to the proof of macro studies, showing that aid is effective in improving mother's health, and also for more vulnerable families. And to conclude, I'd say all of this data allows us to push research even further to obtain a more precise impact on what this aid can do in terms of vulnerability and individual characteristics. There's a recent paper by the FERDI that offers a physical vulnerability to climate change indicator. So this could be very interesting to pursue this, to look at the impact of aid given this vulnerability to climate change, and to say that, as was said by Mr. Lafourcade, so that aid will arrive in the spot where it's needed to target individuals for whom one knows that the aid effect will be more effective and important. Thank you very much. Very useful to have this review of literature. This creates a perfect link up to what Olivier Lafourcade said earlier on. This convergence towards an idea where the aggregates do not always allow one to capture what one wants to measure. Now, this is true, but to a certain extent. Now, what's interesting is to see this convergence occurring between the necessity to move towards territorial data and it's one of the important points of the recent literature over the last few years. At the same time, the question that is raised via this exposition or review of literature that has just been done, if I want to be clear, in Lisa's project, is that there's a big question about the flow that needs to be taken into account. And this goes back to the fact of, can one isolate the effect of aid without looking at the effects of other types of flows? And this was kind of the problem with literature, this question of allocation imputation. And just another side point has to do with allocation. But I'll come back to this later on, especially the aim that one is searching for when it's very innovative what Paul did with optimal allocation. But also, we could wonder whether this is the right aim. This is a state-to-state relationship that we're in here. Now, is the aim to maximize the number of individuals who will be able to get out of poverty, or is the aim, as we said in a number of papers, is it to equalize the chances of a country to decrease poverty in a certain proportion? And this leads to totally different conclusions, of course, if you apply the model. Now, let's move on to Jean-Pierre Olivier de Sordon. So you're still online? Can you still wait? Chanta? Yes, I'm online. Yes, I can wait. Yes. Thank you. Be very interesting to have a point of view, an anthropological point of view, before we impatiently await your point of view about political conditions having political inferences of efficacy. Jean-Pierre, let me start by a quick example that's pretty old. In the early years of Senegal's independence, there was a big project to traction à clé. So this was for transit, for transportation in African countries. So there was a state company that was in charge of this with various subsidies and funding and loans to these farmers to buy carts and to buy oxen so that they wouldn't have to just do hand plows. Anyway, changed afterwards. But so everything was good. It was all go. The number of carts was ready. The number of awareness meetings via various development agents with their little motorcycles going from village to village. Everything was done for this horse and cart system. And then a study came on. Colleagues had done this, I think, from the Serra, and they were anthropologists like us. And they showed that things were not happening the way we thought they were happening. Basically, the farmers went across the border to sell their horses and carts to ironmongers, and because they didn't have any iron left, and they take the iron off the wheels, and then they transfer it into something else. And so for the oxen, they'd just buy cows, and they'd raise calves under mother's milk. So anyway, the conclusion of all this was, if I can say, otherwise you asked me during the debate, because the outcome of this is very unusual and very unexpected. Now, let me mention that later on, yes, the farmers did start using the horse and cart and these plows, these horse and cart plows as well. So, of course, in the long run, this was of interest to them. But another point is to look at the expected effects amplitude. But the unexpected effects, however, were overlooked. No, there was nothing in the measures to do evaluations of the indicators to see what was going on really, because the indicators all looked green and good. Now, this is the kind of situation we've encountered for the last 20 years, as well as my lab. It's a Nigerian Beninois lab we've got working at the anthropology of the implementation of development and public policies. Every day we run into this type of unexpected effect. This is my issue here that I wanted to raise. What do we do about these unaffected repercussions? Because de facto, it's a major part of reality in development. Unexpected things. What was said this morning as well, I'm repeating. Basically, focalizing on expected results, when you want to do something based on results, this even makes us even more rely on unexpected effects, and then makes them even more important, so it could have a perverse effect. Now, if I look, you know better than I, randomized impact studies, nothing's planned as to the unexpected results. You know how this works in scientific studies. Now, if you look at the logic, this is basically a Bible that is the only instrument that exists, que les changements, but there's nothing in this Bible about unexpected effects. So we do have a problem. These unexpected effects are a strong component of inefficacy. If we talk about effectiveness, we can talk about inefficacy of aid. And so therefore, that's where we at our agency intervene. So how can you deal with these unexpected effects? You've got to be there, be on the spot, and that was really the key word to anthropology, sociology. Be there, be on the spot, observe, talk with people. Don't do surveys because they are too reductive and there's big biases. No, have conversations, discussions, usual language and usual practice. Yes, here we realize as well that there can be case studies as well. You have to speak the local language or professional jargon, etc. This means we have to speak this language, otherwise we don't see it. For these unexpected effects, it's not us we talked about implementation gaps. These are, gaps that exist in implementation. That's one thing, and that's an unexpected effect. This is not necessarily linked to aid. It's linked to all types of policies. Okay, what you got on paper does not correspond to reality, but there were historical situations where these gaps were big, really huge and significant. An outside example: when there was Soviet Union and Russia, there were huge gaps between the Gosplan, what was planned in the code cause, and reality, which all the studies have shown that was totally different from what was going on in the field. Now, in a way, development, and for other reasons, is also a field where there are huge gaps. But on the one hand, you've got public policies that are elaborated by northern development agencies, very competent people, but they produce public policies that are totally standardized. I call those travel models, and they are supposed to be effective intrinsically. In other words, intrinsic efficacy is going to work in certain markets because there's a mechanism on spot for this. But here we're talking about social engineering, and it's quite different, very different, because social engineering is so reliant on context. And this is something that is very hard to understand, although it's good common sense. It's hard to convey this concept to the professional world. It's quite hard. It's not impossible, but it's quite hard. So we've got this big gap, this huge chasm, linked to this serial production of this standardized travel model. Jean-Louis Naudet already said 30 years ago, it's making me feel quite old to talk about 30 years ago, but anyway, in the development world, we were looking for problems so that we could find solutions. And we had the solutions, so we were trying to find the problem to fit it. And it's still true today, and I'm so struck to see that the analyses that we do on numerous avatars of development projects from 20 years ago and public service function today is still true today, and maybe even stronger. And I'll come back to this at the end. So yes, there is the problem of what I called the proof, a centralized project that context proof. You got to get down to the context proof in a district, in a village, in a slum. No matter what, things are going to be different because it depends on the logic of the shareholders on the spot.
The problem we have occasionally is that we forget what is obvious. Let me just say that there are two ways of interpreting the word context. Those who are in charge of development, they know that the context is important, but I think we need to focus on the structural context, those that are described by social, economic variables, organization charts, different types of institutional architecture, national development plans, all of these variables that are supposed to describe the contexts, whereas in fact from a formal perspective or statistics perspective they do their job, but not in other ways. There's another way of seeing the context, the pragmatic context. It's the context that the social actors perceive, the context that sociologists call agency. In economics, we don't use the same term, but I'm basically talking about agency or the capability, the way people come together, the power games, the social standards, the interactions. All of this world is not described by the institutions. And this, I believe, is the very world that brings about the unexpected impacts. This is the world, the informal world, that has an impact and where it's very interesting to see what the impact is. There's a form of informality that is very interesting. Just very briefly, there are different levels for these unexpected effects. There's the micro level, at the level of the program itself. The development policy is introduced and it finds itself part and parcel of a strategy, which is one of avoidance. Let me remind you of Hirschman, who said exit, voice, and loyalty. He said they're the three possibilities, and there's a fourth one. Why? Well, exit means we no longer benefit from the projects, from the money. So that's not a positive outcome. Voice means we protest. Here, there's a risk. The risk is that the aid will not be forthcoming. The financial backers might move out of the village, move out of the ministry, and no longer provide the aid. Loyalty, by definition, there isn't any loyalty because the social standards are not the same as those of the experts. And there are all these conditionality questions that we've talked about as well. For the recipients, development programs always go hand in hand with access conditions. Some people are entitled to aid, some people are not. And this can cause many problems at a local level, as you can imagine. Next is avoidance. But you also have situations, for example, where different agents behave in different ways, and hence the local inhabitants work with them or do not work with them. Next, the end of the programs. When, I'm afraid the gentleman has the microphone a tiny bit too far away from his mouth. Yeah, thank you very much. If somebody could ask the gentleman to put the microphone closer to his mouth. From a macro perspective, and I'm going to end on there, the macro effect is what we call the brain drain. And I'm not talking about doctors, I'm not talking about the Ghanaian doctors that travel to the UK. I'm simply saying that since the Paris Declaration, all of the international aid organisations say they're looking to support the states. However, systematically speaking now, all of the state resources, all of the state resources lack skills and competences. In my country, in Niger, I think the best civil servants have been taken away by the development institutions, the NGOs. There's been a massive brain drain, and it is just so detrimental. The same is true in terms of civil society with different associations. The best leaders from the feminist movements are all moving to the NGOs. So this ongoing brain drain weakens the country, weakens the natural structure in the country. If you want any further information, do feel free. I've got 2 or 3 proposals I would like to make. They're ready, but I can maybe give them to you further down the line. Thank you very much. Maybe we can keep your conclusions for the end of the debate. You've said a great deal, and let me stress that the Revenge of the Contexts contains some very interesting information. You're starting to see what we mean by revenge. Before I pass the floor over to Chantal Devarne, I want to refer to an eminent specialist and talk about the unexpected effects. There's a wonderful book that was published in 1997 called Development Projects, and the author said if we knew what these unexpected results were, we wouldn't undertake the projects, but we'd be wrong, because these unexpected effects are what give projects a good end purpose. It's all rather worrying, but the question is, in these unexpected effects, can we not find probabilities and statistics? And when you refer to the capturing of the elites by the agencies themselves, this brain drain, well, of course, this isn't really unexpected, because there are very good reasons for explaining why this capturing of the skills comes about. But it is a problem, yes. Can I just answer on this subject? I personally consider that my outlook is one whereby the only reforms that can really be undertaken are from the inside out. The reformers have to be in the country, and if the reformers inside become external reformers, they become agents of change for the development industry, and they're no longer reformers from the inside, these reformers that we need so much. Yes, there's also a question of the wages that are paid at a local level compared with the NGOs, for example. Chantal, as you've seen, we started focusing on the issue as to how the population are brought into the fold. One of your articles focused on populations and development aid, and you published a wonderful working paper for the World Bank. Maybe you'd like to talk about this theme or any other theme related to aid efficacy. Over to you to say a few words. And let me just remind those of you present to link back to our Swedish friends from this morning. You worked in one of your books on aid and reform in Africa, and it was published by you. And was there not a third one as well? Chantal, over to you. Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm delighted to see all these friendly faces, all my friends, particularly Olivier Lafourcade, a long-standing friend and a former colleague, and Lisa Chauvet, along with everybody else. Now, there are lots of themes. I've prepared a document, but a lot of the themes I'd prepared to talk about, you've talked about. There is, however, a very important point, I believe, when we talk about aid. In my opinion, it's a subject that hasn't yet been broached. From my perspective, aid is not just about the transfer of money, of funds. It's also a question of the transfer of knowledge. And to me, it's very obvious that this transfer of knowledge is more important than the actual transfer of money or funds. So when we talk about the efficacy of the aid, we need to take into account the fact that there's part of the aid, a portion of the aid, that necessarily is not financial. Potentially, this part can be more effective, more efficient as well when we're looking to reduce poverty. Let me give you the example of the country that was the most successful in fighting against poverty. It's China. Look at China. They've reduced their poverty, and China didn't receive much aid. However, if we ask the Chinese, how did you achieve what you've achieved? How have you reduced poverty? They would talk about the aid that they received in the form of knowledge transfer. And I've asked Chinese people, because of course the Chinese are still, they still borrow a massive amount of money from the World Bank. They borrow that money every year, despite the fact that they have reserves of $300 billion. And I've put the question to them, why do you still borrow money? Why do you still borrow from the World Bank? And they say for one very simple reason. It's because we need to achieve this knowledge transfer so that we can better implement our projects. And that is the reason for which we continue to work and commit with the World Bank. So when we talk about the efficacy of the aid from a global perspective, I think it's essential to take into account this knowledge transfer. There's another point that has been raised as well. It's the fact that this knowledge transfer potentially can help solve the problems that we have with conditionality. Olivier raised this issue earlier on. Why? Well, exactly as Olivier said, the issue with conditionality is that very often you don't achieve political consensus in the country for the implementation of the reforms. The reforms may well be necessary to improve the situation, but you don't get the consensus. And if this is the case, if the different organizations such as the World Bank feel that they do have to lend money to the governments, it's very difficult to ask the said governments to change their policies. It's a question, if it's a question of poor governance, for example, it is very good to issue a form of conditionality saying you have to be less corrupt. However, the knowledge transfer doesn't necessarily need to go to the government. It can go to the country's citizens. We can provide this information to the country, to the citizens, so that the citizens themselves can put their government under pressure in the interest of the country. And this is something that we try and do, for example, with the surveys that we carry out on the absenteeism of teachers in certain countries. That's not a way of getting involved in domestic politics. It's simply about sharing information with the different citizens in the country, because it's information that is about the country's citizens and that is of interest to the citizens. And when the citizens receive this kind of information, occasionally they can ask for reforms, request reforms from their government. The second point that I wanted to raise is to do with the efficacy of the aid. And I think it's important that we note that aid is provided for several reasons. I think Lisa raised this point. She talked about the geopolitical reasons. We know full well, and this is an ongoing situation even at the moment. But also, there are a certain number of countries that provide aid in order to be able to produce migrants, the migrants that come knocking on the door of their country. So it's very difficult, I would argue, to perform studies and surveys as to the efficacy of the aid simply by measuring the impact on economic growth or poverty, because the aim of the aid, it's not only that, it's not only the financial means. Next, let me talk about the use of aid. The use of aid will vary according to the country. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Lisa who raised the question of fungibility. If we provide aid for a given project in a given country, it's quite possible that the funding will in fact be used for a different type of spending, which doesn't correspond at all to the project that we thought it was going to be spent on and that we're going to analyze. And this leads us down the road of the micro-macro paradox that Lisa was talking about. However, the other point I think is important. You talked about the geocoding, the geographic data that we now benefit from. It enables us to see that aid often is used in a country for political reasons. And now we have proof, even for poor countries sometimes. In other words, even what I'm saying is that those who provide the funding, they are following certain types of advice whereby they allocate aid to those countries that have the best economic policies and that, for the most part, are poor countries. If we look at the way in which the resources are allocated within the country, we're now able to observe that most projects in the countries take place in villages that are very close to the village that the head of state came from, for example. And the same thing is true for those countries where the World Bank provides aid and where the Chinese provide aid. All of these countries are very effective or efficient at using aid, as I said, for political reasons.
Now, fourth, you must understand that aid, there are incentives in organizations that manage aid that are concerned, that are linked to aid efficacy. Now, we know very well, and I think Olivier spoke about this. We have people in the World Bank who only think about their own careers as a worker. Maybe that's not the same thing as the impact of aid in the country. So we need to look. We have noticed that there's incentives that increase aid, no matter what efficacy of aid. Long pushing, it's called in English, because this assists in the promotion of the managers, their own personal career promotion. So you can show that you allocated so much aid and that it helps your career. So it's no surprise that there's problems of efficacy because they are liable for, or they are in charge of allocating aid. Now, I think I have 2 minutes remaining. I'd like to conclude on a question that was raised in Olivier's paper. But we didn't speak about it much. We haven't discussed it much. It's aid for climate change. Now, of course, this is a moot point very much among international organizations. And this is a very important point because there is a climate crisis, a climate change crisis. And really, this is the raison d'etre, the reason for being of these multilateral organizations. If you've got a multilateral entity, these organizations need to manage global public goods. Now that is, and decreasing carbon emissions. This is a real classic of global public goods. Now, I think the World Bank and maybe the IMF as well must become more concerned with this mediation in climate change issues. Now, to do this, they have to do it. They must do it. They must do it. Now, to do it, changes needed in organization and in governance of these organizations. So, for example, the World Bank is organized with different country departments, divisions. So there's a director, like Olivier was director for Mexico. Now the aim there is to promote development of Mexico. But now the World Bank is in charge also of managing climate change. So you have to speak with the Mexicans of decreasing their carbon exhaust. It's not helping Mexico at all. This is to help the planet, not just help the country. So they're coal emissions. So this is a very different aim, a very different goal. In this dialogue with the countries, it's really to help the planet and not just help the governance of these organizations and these countries. For example, the board of directors needs to be changed as well, because now boards of directors are based on countries. Their countries are members of the board of directors. And so the overreaching goal, it needs to be the planet. And it's, representative of the planet who need to be in this board of directors. And I'll end here. The choice of the countries, if for the World Bank to intervene, here, right now, the World Bank, most of these countries that work with it are poor countries, especially sub-Saharan Africa. Now, you need to commit with countries that are the big coal polluters. Carbon polluters, China, India, but the US, North American, Australia, New Zealand. They're rich countries and also poor countries who are the big polluters, the big carbon polluters. And we need to work with them if we want to have an impact on climate change. So we must touch on this issue with the biggest emitting countries. Now, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Chantal, for this presentation. Very interesting, very rich, with a whole series of questions that are raised that are going to be dealt with in the next speeches and in the debates. So I'm not going to say anything specific right now, except, yes, there are a number of parts to your message. The message of how one can have a reform that is accepted and pushed forward by the inhabitants of the countries themselves. The modus operandi is very interesting, but can also be problematic as well. So how to go about it. And also the question of per country evaluation. I'll come back to that later. And the really throbbing question since the beginning of our events is to know what is the positioning of the World Bank in attenuation and mitigation. Is there not perhaps a fear of eviction if it's to reduce poverty and also reduce polluting emissions? Now, Annalisa, or who's going to be next? Maybe Annalisa is online, and then we'll hear from Jean-Louis at the end. Annalisa, thank you very much.
In English or in French? In French is better.
Je préfère parler en anglais. Ça va être plus efficace. So I shift to English. So thank you very much for the invitation, and I would have loved to be there with you in person. Let me try and kind of bring this very important discussion on aid and development effectiveness into the discussion of the reform of the international financial architecture, also thinking ahead of the Paris summit next month. Let me start by saying that the options for reform of the international financial architecture have so far largely focused on the supply side. So it's about scaling up resources. A lot of attention was given to the recommendations of the G20 expert panel on the reform of capital adequacy frameworks of the MDBs, about sweating the balance sheets of multilateral development banks. What can we do with the existing resources? The second kind of recommendation, and to a certain extent the push that we heard so far, is about a kind of general capital increase for a number of MDBs, particularly a green general capital increase to support the expansion towards climate change mitigation and adaptation, something that point that Chantal was just kind of raising. And the third point is a kind of a push for the expansion of the concessional windows of multilateral development banks, Particularly, we know there's a new fund for crisis response for the soft window of the World Bank, IDA, the International Development Association. We need more finance now more than ever. I mean, the Songwe Bhattacharya Stern report last year was very clear. I mean, to meet the climate goals by 2030, emerging and developing countries other than China would need an extra spending and investment in the order of $1 trillion. But this big push for extra finance is under a number of assumptions. I mean, the first one is that partner countries will have sufficient absorptive capacity. So in other words, they have the structure in place to kind of create a new pipeline of projects or expand the existing ones. It's talking about having the capacity really to implement projects at scale. The second assumption is that partner countries are willing to borrow more from the multilateral development banks, and I'll elaborate on this in a minute. And the third point is that expanded and new projects and programs actually have an impact. And most of these points, I mean, on the demand side of the reform agenda of the international financial architecture, they say have been largely overlooked in the current debate. So I very much welcome this discussion that we're having today on development effectiveness and aid effectiveness, particularly in the context of the Paris Summit on a new global finance impact. I would like also to pick up on a number of points that Patrick made at the very beginning. I mean, to a certain extent, I have seen, I mean, Patrick, you mentioned the summit of the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation in December in Geneva being somehow under the radar. And many of us would agree that the development effectiveness agenda has lost traction and energy over the past few years. But there are a number of reasons, and I believe some of them might have been covered earlier this morning. I mean, we need to remember that the principles of development effectiveness are aspirational. They weren't set up in relation to actually the impact on economic growth or development more broadly, or not necessarily kind of grounded in evidence. No one would probably disagree that ownership of development programs, so country governments being the driving seat, is very important for countries. I mean, countries being able to define their own development trajectory. But we don't have strong evidence of the close association with higher economic growth or development outcomes. And we heard a number of kind of points earlier on at the different kind of impact of aid on other kind of dimensions of development cooperation. The second point around kind of lack of energy attraction, we need to recall that some key principles and some key dimensions of development effectiveness are missing in the overall kind of architecture. A few years ago, we spent a lot of time talking to government officials, and we asked them about what they would like aid to look like, how they would like aid to be delivered. And a key principle government officials stressed was the speed of delivery. They wanted aid to be negotiated and implemented very quickly. And for a number of reasons, if there's time later on in the debate, this principle never featured in the architecture, and it's very difficult, politically difficult to insert, especially for an agenda where development partners, particularly Western development partners, have a strong say. And the third point why the agenda is not on development effectiveness is not as strong as it used to be. We need to recall that aid is becoming less and less important for client countries. So 10 years ago, we started a project at ODI I led called An Age of Choice for Development Finance. I mean, client countries were not only able to access development aid, but also they were able to kind of place bonds in international capital markets. They were able to access Chinese lending, philanthropic assistance, social impact investment. One might kind of question whether we still have an age of choice. I doubt that that's still the case. But that kind of variety and access to different sources have placed less kind of fewer incentives on client countries actually to drive the development effectiveness agenda at the country level. We know it remains important when there are emergencies with post-conflict countries, and I believe this has been covered earlier in the conversation this morning, or when volumes of aid are high. Let me just kind of quickly pivot to another kind of dimension of development effectiveness. I mean, interesting enough, in the past few years, I moved away from the development effectiveness agenda to focus more on the case of multilateral development banks, in particular the finances and policies. There's also a nice kind of link. I realized that incidentally, multilateral development banks, when it comes to the principles of development effectiveness, they score much higher than bilateral donors, according to my colleagues at the Center for Global Development. I mean, the institutions that do score better against the different indicators of development effectiveness are IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, and the African Development Bank. So, and third, IDA, the soft window of the World Bank. So let me focus on the case of multilateral development banks and how these institutions can become more effective for the client countries. I mean, last year we published a survey. We know the limitations of a survey. We cannot really probe, but it gives a kind of quite a good overview of the kind of perspective. Here we're talking about nearly 500 senior government officials in central aligned agencies in more than 70 countries. And we asked them about their views on MDBs, the future of institutions, and the strengths and the weaknesses of multilateral development banks. For me, it's important to say, as a kind of a starting point, that in the view of government officials, multilateral development banks are very effective institutions. I mean, 4 out of 5 government officials actually told us that particularly the World Bank, but the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank in Latin America, were extremely or very effective in what they're supposed to do, providing finance at terms that are better than what markets can offer, help a project implementation. I mean, Shanta was stressing the kind of knowledge transfer on top of the financial transfer, the advice on policy reform, the ability to convene stakeholders, and the ability to generate new knowledge. But the replies from the survey actually showed there was significant space for multilateral development banks to meet the priorities and needs of the client countries much better. And I'll focus on 3 different angles. I mean, the first element, and we go back probably to the point on ownership, is a greater alignment to government priorities. I mean, many multilateral development banks have moved away from their initial core business, its infrastructure finance, to the social sectors. And in the survey, there was a clear kind of demand from client countries for sustainable infrastructure. And I think for the sake of time, I've oversimplified, but there's a kind of a clear need to kind of realign the sectoral priority. The second point that came up from the client perspective on how to make multilateral development banks more effective is to make lending more agile. I mean, the key complaint coming from government officials was that the safeguard and procurement rules of MDBs were complex, rigid, and unfamiliar. I want to clarify, it's not about ditching safeguard and procurement policies. I mean, we're not stretching to that kind of argument at all. I mean, they're there for a reason. But there is a space to streamline them when this is possible. But also we need to recall that the different multilateral development banks have slightly different systems. So a key kind of recommendation is for MDBs to harmonize, converge their kind of safeguard and procurement rules. Again, to put less pressure on governmental systems that are already under stress.
Can you conclude? Because
yes, absolutely. And I'm getting to my kind of final point around, again, building on what kind of Shanta was mentioning around technical cooperation. I mean, again, it's very difficult to kind of assess technical cooperation. It's difficult to implement, and it's often subjective. But there was a clear demand coming from the client countries for technical assistance from MDBs to have longer-term impact, to be better tailored to the reality of the country, to be more responsive and independent. So this is another kind of perspective on effectiveness and from an institutional and program project-based angle. But if I may just kind of 30 seconds, I mean, we need to kind of make sure that there are the right incentives for client countries to take up loans and demand finance from multilateral development banks and more broadly from development partners. In my view, as we're kind of focusing a lot on expanding the financial envelope, the supply side, we need to ensure that resources are taken up. Otherwise, all these efforts might actually not deliver in terms of sustainability and impact in the long term. And I'll stop here. Thank you again.
Merci beaucoup, Annalisa. Merci.
Thank you very much, Annalisa. Thank you for this very detailed presentation, very interesting presentation, whereby you've raised many questions from the absorption capacity through to the speed at which the impacts are seen or not. And then you went on to talk about another issue that we've been focusing on right from the beginning. It's the international financial architecture. And you've talked about the role and the efficacy of the multinational development banks. Unfortunately, Rabat Areki was supposed to be here, and unfortunately he's not here. He wrote a specific article on the IMF of climate with Philippe Leroux. It would have been very interesting to have a discussion on that. But we've got so much to talk about, nevertheless, that I suggest that we refocus our debate specifically on efficacy, the subject of efficacy, with a last presentation that is going to be given by Jean-Louis Arcan, who is the president of the Global Development Network. He's both an actor and an observer in this field. Jean-Louis, the floor is yours. I almost want to speak in English to balance out the linguistic approach, but I am going to speak in French. I have 3 small points that I would like to raise.
Le deuxième, c'est sur les données que nous utilisons. Et le troisième, c'est sur les méthodes.
So I'm going to talk about the methodology that we use and that we apply. Sometimes I don't believe our methods are as strong as they should be. We're talking about aid efficacy, and I would argue that it's only a minor aspect relating to the aid when we talk about outcome. Efficacy is just one part of the outcome. Why do we talk about the efficacy of the aid? In French, it means we're talking about efficiency. Efficiency from the perspective of objects. So I think we're very much off the mark. Why are we off the mark? Because we shouldn't be talking about efficacy as an object, as a subject. If we were to do everything we do with less, or if we were to do more with the same amount of input, then we would enhance the efficacy. So to use econometric terms, necessarily we would be performing debt evaluation analysis, but it's not what we're doing. I'm not saying that we need to change our approach, but I'm simply saying that we need to understand that when we talk about analyzing efficiency, efficiency is not the be-all and end-all. I'm arguing that the financial backers, they don't necessarily even ask us to do more with less. It's not good for their careers. If you work in a business sector and if you're providing the money, you don't want to be providing less money. What you do want is to be providing more money for more projects. I'm saying this under the control of those people who know the subject better. Let me now move on to data.
Engagé, oui, tout à fait. Voilà, aussi une question de...
It's all about semantics. So the second point that I wanted to raise, as I said, is in relation to data. As my colleague said, there's a great deal that we need to do regarding the data. Often we have data on one specific component of Chinese aid. But despite the fact that this subject is extremely interesting and people show a lot of interest, and it's very kind to have referred to our paper with Anicia Bao from FERDI. When we ask, let me stress it, when we ask the countries, the donating countries that look after the Alliance for the Sahel, when we ask them to provide us with the geo-referenced data on their project so that we could perform this kind of analysis, we were told no.
Off the record.
And off the record, there are some people, certain financial backers, that, let's say, as we say in Italian, that will remain off the radar screen. They told us, in fact, we do not know.
You don't know where you're spending money. C'est quand même grave quand on
That is just disastrous. So there's a massive amount of effort that needs to be made, despite all these debates we're having. There are certain financial backers, they do not know where their money goes. And I'm not talking about budgetary aid, I'm talking about projects, specific projects. And they literally do not know where the money goes. And when they said that, I said, really? Is that what you're really saying? Third point, and I'll refer back now very briefly to a point that was raised by our two colleagues here, and it's a very important point. It concerns heterogeneity. All of the literature, and here I'm appealing to a certain extent to all of us using methods that have been out there for 20 years. Why reinvent the wheel when we can use methods that already exist? I never understand why people don't use what is out there, why people want to reinvent the wheel. So we're talking about heterogeneity. The clearest example of heterogeneity in the analysis of the efficacy of aid is Valerie Burnside, where the aid was effective in brackets when the policies were good, the right policies, in other words, policies defined by a specific group of people. However, of course, we were here upstairs when we saw the working paper with colleagues up on the 5th floor. We said, oh no, this is definitely not the approach to adopt. So, of course, Valerie Burnside deserves our respect, but they were wrong in what they wrote. But let's cast this to one side. The heterogeneity that is ignored very largely in the literature, and this is what Ekman Eyal, I'm sure some of you know who he is. He's an econometer who won a Nobel Prize in the area, and he usually worked with Viclassel, who's in Yale, but there are other colleagues. They called for what they called essential heterogeneity. And let me give you a very basic example of that. Imagine you have medication. Do you imagine that the marginal impact of 500 milligrams of aspirin on your headache, will it have the same impact on your headache as on everybody else's? Of course not. Some people prefer Advil, paracetamol. Medication's impact varies according to the person. It's not something whereby you can necessarily say because the person has black or white skin, or because they're Asian, or because they have a PhD or not, and so on and so forth, that the medication is effective. There are intrinsic qualities that you cannot see in the person that mean that certain types of treatment, including aid, can potentially have a different impact on different people. And let me give you a very hands-on example. Let's imagine that on the one hand, we look at Jeff Sachs. Imagine if you invest enough money in a problem, you're bound to solve it. And let's have another approach. Billy Stilley, it has a negative impact. He says aid has a negative impact. Let's imagine that in a certain number of countries or group of projects, you have 50% of the projects as Sachs, so they have added value, in effect +1. And that's not correlated with something that you're able to observe just because it's farming or industry or infrastructure. But then you have the other half of the projects that have a -1 effect. How do you evaluate this in your literature? You're going to evaluate looking at the average. And the average, where you've got 50% at -1 and 50% at +1, the average is 0. Does it correspond to a single country or a single project? No, it corresponds to nothing. It corresponds to 0. And that's what we evaluate. So what I'm saying is there are techniques that are out there. It's what they call the marginal impacts of the projects. I'm not saying it's easy to evaluate, but that's what's missing in all the literature on aid. And if we don't start thinking seriously about the marginal impact of the aid and this necessary automatic heterogeneity, I think we're missing the point. And we're going to continue to miss the point and to not see things that are there and that are clearly visible, even if we take into account all of this shitty data. I apologize for the expression that we use. Thank you very much, Jean-Louis, for bringing us down to the nitty-gritty or the basics that they themselves are potentially heterogeneous, but that are important. Supposedly, we have a quarter of an hour left. We can run over slightly if necessary to take your questions. And if you don't mind, members of the panel, I'd like you to help me conclude on the other presentations so that we have interaction. Jean-Michel, over to you, then Joseph and Bruno. 3 questions. Yes. Can I just give my testimonial and also a question? What I'd like to say is I was head of an aid organization for 9 years, and there was one thing I was always absolutely certain of day in, day out. It was the fact that the only main reason for which I could be sacked was if I didn't provide the aid that I had available to our main priority countries. But nobody was ever going to sack me for giving out the aid and for it being inefficient or ineffective. I was shocked, and I could shock a certain number of people, but the fundamental role of aid is to be transferred, it's to be distributed. Its fundamental vocation is not to be of use, at least for the donators. Aid is a political system, and if you talk about the efficacy of the aid, you need to analyze it in the light of this question. You have to look at what it corresponds to in the context of the political system. However, I would argue that virtually all of the economic literature that talks about aid misses the point on this. And so once again, and this doesn't mean, this is an aside, that there's no efficacy in the aid that is provided, but what is effective in the aid for a political actor, it's not what the economists talk about at all. It's a different type of impact that is very, very different. I've got 3 questions.
Va nous dire parce que j'ai lu avec passion son livre, qui est un des plus importants, qui a été écrit depuis longtemps sur l'aide et sur le financement. Et je l'ai lu avec d'autant plus de passion que, en fait, il ne parle pas seulement de l'efficacité de l'aide et des systèmes.
He doesn't just talk about the aid of a system, but he talks about the efficacy of the functioning of public services in poor countries. Now, what I was perhaps a little bit disappointed by in Desardon's book is the conclusion, because what he calls into question is not simply this possibility for international financing to be useful in a country like Niger, but simply for the public policies in Niger to function. When you tell us the way, concretely, the midwives behave, the way a public health assistant, public health center works as well, it's a question of Nigerian health policy before being an international question. And you end your book on positive words, nonetheless, not despair. And so I closed the book and I thought, hey, what can one really, truly do? The subjects that you mentioned seem to be beyond the domain of any player. Now, perhaps you can reassure us, if it's possible, about this fact that there are a number of situations that can be transformed, and there is public action, whether it be financed from the outside or not, domestic, how these can be useful. Second real question, looking now at Lisa and her colleagues. Because when talking about efficacy of aid in literature and economic efficacy, for a long time, what really haunted me was not just this question of fungibility that you mentioned, but the question of substitutability. And this seems to have kind of left the scene of this term. It's this idea that if you inject capital in one way in a country, not only is this going to be fungible and you don't know where it's going to be used, but they're also going to replace the domestic tax withdrawals. Now, something that one might fear in the big calls for tender that we have, calls that we have for the increase of aid flows, for increase of financing for global public goods, this might lead to a drop in taxes in the country and a drop. I didn't say it would happen, but it could happen. And especially, I'm so struck in the literature, because I've just been reading a lot of it, about these these eternal tenders for the obligatory growth in poor countries where we're still calling for increase of outside funding, external funding. So you did not mention this point, unless I've missed it. So what are we told today about these questions of substitutionality, and what can one expect in terms of injection? What could one expect in terms of massive net results from institutional financing in countries where the tax withdrawal systems are very, very low? And then I have a last question and observation about a point mentioned by everyone. With Sivian, with Chantal Devargian, excuse me, we did a paper with my colleague on the finalities, not of aid, but of international public financing. Now, this is what we see, is that these ends are quite variable. There is not just a question of global public goods. There are also a number of dimensions and finalities. But within these issues of global public goods, there are two different topics. And one of these topics is linked to compensation transfers for damages created. We talk about developing countries that request massive transfers linked to the fact that they are victims of the accumulation of carbon stored by industrialized countries. Now, we shouldn't have any conditions, perhaps. This money is due. It's what we call reparations. Countries can do what they want with this money. This money shouldn't be distributed as projects nor as budgetary support. It should be just checks that should be signed. Now, perhaps that's a question I'm asking here. Aren't we perhaps entering a period of time where we're going to stop talking about public development aid, but just international transfers, and even more significant, these things are not going to be able to be analyzed in terms of their efficacy. Their idea is not to be effective for whatever it might be. Or their efficacy might be to know whether they are compensated for harm done, and that's the real subject. So does the literature tell us anything about this transformation of goals today? It'll be very short. I was surprised. The difficulty of change, of dating change. Somebody said to do a reform, you need a generation, and during that time, the society is very fragilized. Now, when one sees the difficulty that developing countries, the developed countries who emit so much CO2, when we see the difficulty they have in getting their public opinions to understand and their deciders to understand that innovation is there, the innovation is there to handle these things, that this wall that we need to scale is in front of us. The difficulty, they have a difficulty in understanding this, they have difficulty in deciding what needs to be done in terms of behavior. I therefore think that the example of this horse and cart is very easy to interpret. And nonetheless, horses and carts did come on the scene. So there are people who at the beginning found that on the short term, it was useful for them to sell their carts in Mauritania or to buy a cow instead of an oxen. After a while, they or their neighbors or some local person just said, no, you made a mistake. And they then became reformers of society, national reformers, those who are capable of getting things changed. I think if we look at things on a scale of 10, 15 years, of a generation scale, we can have a view that is quite different than the view one would get through an evaluation after 5 years. I think we were saying that this morning, or even after 2 years of an action in the field of health, for example. It's absurd, and we have to just accept this. Also, the policymakers and the aid givers have to understand that we have committed to at least 1 decade or 2 or 3 decades. Thank you very much. I have a question that's a bit provocative after I heard all of this, the last 2 presentations especially. Is development aid efficacy, is it perhaps just an oxymoron? Aid is a simple thing, it's money. Now, if it's additional, if it's substitutional, if it's marginal, etc., it's already complicated. Now, development is a process that is multiform. We haven't really understood how this takes place. We haven't really understood the recipes for this. And today as well, we're adding global public goods and things even beyond that. So these goals and aims are very far from our own comprehension. Now, on top of that, we're adding another notion, which is that of efficacy. In addition to these goals that are so complex and complete, and so they're almost hidden goals, or they're apparent goals, but that are not studied at all in the literature. These are the goals of the donor countries and also of the beneficiary countries that can be quite different from development and also can be quite different as well from anything having to do with well-being, with poverty reduction. Is it possible? Are we going to be able to manage? Is it a debate with a solution, even with different instruments or tools or more data? And can we find a solution to this debate? It's simpler when development was just a question of growth. I will give the floor to our economists to answer this question of multiple goals and aims and how these can be dealt with in terms of quantity and analysis. And also, in addition to the difficulties of heterogeneity. One thing about the second remark of Jean-Michel having to do with eviction, possible outside contributions. This is a big subject, and there's a lot of articles on this, and the conclusions are not necessarily what we hear on the news. It's not true. There's no obvious observation here. We have to distinguish between dynamics and the immediate effect. Because briefly, if aid helps growth, since the marginal rates are higher than other rates, then growth is a factor of, there can be a short-term substitution here, but there's a long-term effect. It's always the same thing as well. There's the transfer of knowledge as well and its effects. So the action of the IMF is not necessarily just that, but is to increase capacity for fiscal matters. So we're working a lot on that. On the FERDI, we have a mobilization of internal resources project. It's aid allocated to mobilizing resources in a way. So it's complex, but it's not as dark as you allow us to think. Just a question. It was just a question. Same for the climate. I'm not talking about compensation. If climate aid helps growth, it's also going to encourage the CO2 emissions. Now, if it's knowledge transfer for a better attenuation or mitigation, it can also have an... Thank you for using the mic. I'm sorry, we do not hear you. Thank you very much. I'm a very poor mic holder. Now, for more serious replies, I'm giving the floor to Lisa and colleague. I noted down a number of points that I wanted to redebate after all of the people who have spoken after our presentation. First of all, one point that was mentioned by Olivier about financing development and the links between the different types of financing. There's this kind of pious wish that aid will play a role of catalyst, and this is back to the question of mobilization of domestic resources. This should be able to attract foreign investments, encourage migrant flow, and reinforce capacity, tax capacity, and public expenditure. So there are some studies that do exist in this field, but unfortunately we don't know enough yet, and we need to delve into this further. There's really this idea of seeing aid as a tool that can allow one to raise other sources of public and private and domestic financing. There's another point I wanted to debate as well, raised by Chantal very quickly, who said that aid is not always given for development purposes or reasons. So what's the impact on the efficacy of all this? And I think this is really a question that has been overlooked in all of this literature on efficacy. In other words, does the motivation of donors to give aid, this is not always motivated by development, does this have an impact on the efficacy of the aid itself? And this brings me to my third point. In reality, if you build a road, the road is going to be effective per se, and it's going to allow certain regions to be more fluid and streamlined, and going to help to develop a private sector. And if you build hospitals, you'll have an impact on health. Now, this fact that this hospital was built for political reasons within the beneficiary country, for whatever reason that was funded from the outside, this doesn't necessarily have an impact on the microeconomic impact of the aid. But where it can have an impact on aid, and back to Jean-Pierre here, is that question of unexpected consequences or unexpected of aid. In other words, we finance a hospital, but it just so happens that it's the government, it's the village of the government head, and so we we're increasing the votes for this candidate, and it's kind of cheating on the political functioning of the country.
And in this context, I'd argue that there are a certain number of studies that are gradually coming to the fore on this subject. In other words, there are certain leaders that become leaders simply because they benefit from aid, excessive aid given to them in a specific local area around where they come from. And this is where data is very useful. Data enables us to basically reveal a certain number of things that previously we were not able to observe. The political discourses, the announcements that were made by the financial backers or the governments didn't reveal this information. So I would say data speaks. It speaks in a way that human beings can't speak, and it reveals a certain number of distortions. We could talk about procurement. I can't remember who talked about the banks and procurement. The data, I repeat, enables us to see the distortions and these unexpected impacts of aid, and we don't know necessarily whether it has an impact on the efficacy as well. I had another point that I thought was important concerning what Jean-Michel said this morning when he was being a bit provocative, and I do fully agree with him on this specific point. It's very true that one of the major defects of the aid system is that there is no political cost if the aid is a failure in the donating country. There is no political cost to this failure. Hence, given the fact that governments are answerable to their citizens and only to their citizens, it's not a problem. In certain Northern Hemisphere countries, then the governments have to answer to their populations if the aid is inefficient. But in France, as it happens, there were very few political costs or even analyses as to whether the aid was well allocated or not from a political perspective. And hence, it's lacking. It's definitely lacking in our system of checks and balances, the system of checks and balances that we need if aid is to be more effective. With a microphone, please.
Je fais juste d'abord un petit pas.
If you don't mind, I would just like to step back in time to talk about aid and dependency. We've talked about the positive effects, but when we talk about dependency on aid, it's something that makes me want to conclude. Remember what Sankara said at the General Assembly of the United Nations when he said, and I quote, "We need aid that helps us to no longer be dependent." Yeah, we need aid to help us no longer be dependent on aid. I'm putting this question to you. This is maybe the aid efficacy criterion. I'd like to see what the economists say. How do they calculate how aid helps? Because I don't think it's necessarily an objective that we look at. There is dependency on aid, and I believe it's a massive problem. Could we not convert this efficacy criteria into a dependency criteria? I don't have the answer. Next, my conclusion, and here I'm talking maybe above and beyond myself. I'm not just talking about the Nigerian laboratory, but as researchers, we produce knowledge where there are knowledge gaps. And I believe that the gaps in relation to the official standards, etc., they are important to analyse. However, as citizens, what we're interested in is in our research being used to improve the quality of the services that are provided to developing countries. But we essentially, we speak directly to our states and to our governments. I'm saying we because I have Nigerian citizenship, but I'm talking about the whole of the laboratory. Our priority is to talk with the decision makers in Nigeria because we believe that those are the people that have the key to the future and not the international organizations and bodies. It really is our local governments, our national governments that can change things sustainably in our countries, not the financial backers. And we believe in this. But at the same time, we believe in these foreign financial backers that we need, and we need the aid for the moment. However, when we do speak to the financial backers that come from other countries, I think it's important to stress that the horse and cart needs to come to an end. I kept this story for the end because otherwise I could have used loads of other stories whereby the money was diverted. Let me say that this project I talked about that was a state project by a state-run company, most projects would have sent people to the villages to explain, you haven't understood what the project is. These horses and carts were really useful. Or people would have implemented controls and used police officers or send vets to the markets to check that the animals being sold were not the animals that were destined to be on the horse and carts. However, this project, it simply changed its policy and its direction, and they developed a project to support totally different areas. I haven't seen many projects like this. Just imagine today that with your logical framework right in the middle, you decide, no, instead of doing A, because the local peasants, the poor people, the women, the young people, they want something else. They don't want what we started. So let's change tax and go off in a different direction. Is it possible in all our bodies and organizations that we're talking about? Not necessarily. It probably exists occasionally, but it's not the rule. So what I'm saying is that the projects have to adapt to the reactions of the people rather than the reverse. It sounds very basic, but it simply means that there needs to be better implementation strategies and analyses of the implementation of the projects, because this is where you see the reactions and this is when you can adapt the projects. We need to enhance people's awareness as to this. We need to say to people, why not do experimental projects sometimes, pilot projects, and see how people react? Why not use projects that give you the learning curve that you need in the field? My second area for improvement is what we call the contextual experts. We realize that when we do our research work, for example, at many different levels, when we're looking mainly at the state-run services, we see wonderful exceptions to the rule. Sometimes we see nurses, magistrates, court staff who are simply all trying to improve the quality of service, the quality of care. There's not many of them, but they're doing their best to do so. And what we realize is that these people are invisible most of the time. They don't receive much help from their hierarchy. They don't receive any help from the financial backers. They're finding solutions, but they're very isolated. So our question is that maybe the financial backers could receive help so that they can pinpoint these low-level reformers so that they can help them, because these are the people who deserve to be helped. Obviously, we as external experts, we can't necessarily be familiar with the know-how in the country, and these low-level local people have got the knowledge, so we need to work with them. This means that there have to be one-stop shops as well. Imagine you've got a head director of a school who wants a budget to improve his school. Where does he go? You need a one-stop shop that everybody is familiar with in Niger, for example, if they need aid for a specific project. That's the kind of thing is essential. I'm not talking about a revolution, but at least offer to your agencies the opportunity of working differently. It needs to be a low-level, step-by-step approach, and I think it'll be much more beneficial than the macroeconomic approaches sometimes that we focus on. Also, there are sectors where you can remove bureaucracy from the aid procedures. It's unbelievable. If you look at police commissioners, heads of hospitals, heads of schools, they never know how to fill in a call for tender to receive aid. It's way too complicated. We've been to university for years, but it's so hard to fill in a file to request aid. We've been told, for example, that we need to see a specialized design and development office, yet we're researchers, to see if we can get international aid. So imagine school teachers, how difficult it is for them. Just a few very brief words, because we're already running extremely late. In terms of efficacy, to go back to our original theme, you've talked about the unexpected impacts. There's a lot of work to be done. A typical example, we worked for years in the northeastern part of Brazil to help local peasants develop their work. I have many doubts as to the efficacy of what we did. The unexpected output or result, we helped the local organizations in 9 states. We gave them legitimacy in the northeastern part of Brazil so that they could negotiate with the central government. There are no reports on that, no reports as to the results that we achieved for the local peasants. But from a geopolitical perspective, giving more clout, more power to the local government in relation to the rest of the company, in relation to Brasilia, Rio, etc., they, in the end, suddenly had presidents that in the country that started to come from northeastern Brazil. Next, funding. Funding needs. People say they need funding across the board. That is true. However, there's another question. How can we better use what already exists? There's more money that comes out of Africa than goes into it, and the question is why? Where does this money go? And there's another question, and thank you very much for your commitments. I do plead guilty. If you, of course, the World Bank and others, yes, we commit. But look at the gap between how engaged we are and these millions of dollars that are dispersed, that are engaged, but that are not used. Next, the internal incentives for all of our bodies and institutions. Yes, that was what was behind the reforms that we implemented. When I was in Mexico, for example, I had a wonderful macroeconomist who came on a Monday, went to Mexico, didn't speak a word of Spanish, but went to the Ministry of Finance and to the central bank, then left there on the Friday. Within the space of a year and a half, he never spent a weekend in Mexico. Such a shame. But I had another member of staff, an Italian member of staff specialized in agriculture, who hated being in the office. He was always out in the field. So understanding the context, that guy at least understood the context. He'd been to Africa, traveled through Africa for years and years. That's the kind of behavior that makes the difference in terms of efficacy. Third point, aid with a capital A. I would go one step further, much further than Bruno. I hate this term, this word aid. It's a misnomer. There's no other word for it. It's a kind of bag that you can shove everything into, and it makes us all feel good because we talk about aid. However, there are 36 reasons, or many reasons, for us performing transfers. Talking about transfers, that's not an issue, but the word aid is now used to mean many things that it should not mean. And we've seen this in our discussions. We're often not talking about aid, we're talking about transfers. The motivations, the reasons, and Jean-Michel and Sylviane talked about this. It's a wonderful document that they've produced. They're talking about public funding and the motivations. When we say we transfer money to respond to different objectives, that's one thing. The efficacy study should come afterwards. The last issue that I'd like to mention is that of innovation. I think we need to be very careful. We often accuse our institutions to not be as innovative as they need to be, but who funds the innovation? I went to Rwanda a few years ago where I was hassled by the Minister of Agriculture. I had to bring an end to a project that had been funded by the bank, and the Minister of Agriculture said, "Sir, all very well, okay, the project's not doing very well, but 4 years ago your friends came here to tell me that it was a wonderful project, and now I've got to stop and I've got to reimburse the money. That's not fair." So innovation is all well and good, but who has to pay for it? If it's done with grants and subsidies, okay, but if it's a loan, forget it. I refused to offer something to countries that I'm not sure of. I'm not going to then ask countries to pay for the risk, this innovation that we decided to implement. So when we talk about these efficacy measures, I think there are certain aspects that we have to take into account. And my very last point concerns a technique that a lot of our international friends love. I am fed up to the teeth with seeing all of these many different resource channels for transfers. They all have their procedures. They all have their requests for reports. They all have their specialized fields. You have to plant the flag and so on and so forth. Whereas no, our aim is to strengthen the efficacy capacities of public funding, starting out with the budgeting process at a national level. In many countries, it's not the ideal solution. We're not here to create project agencies in all the different countries and steal drivers from other organizations because we can pay more. We end up in a very absurd situation whereby we say that it's the USA aid project or the World Bank project. That is not the case. None of the projects are ever mine. The projects are always the projects that belong to the countries. So when we're looking to measure efficacy, and I apologize for being rather agitated in what I'm saying, occasionally we need to step back and understand that there are aspects that we have to show respect for when we're looking at efficacy.
Please use the mic. Now we must conclude. Does Shanta want to say something? Shanta? If you have time, because I know you've run over time. 1 minute, perhaps? Just a quick idea. That'd be naturally, of course, very interesting. Yeah. 1 minute to answer a question that was raised by Patrick. At the end of my presentation, this question of global public goods and poverty. And if the World Bank is going to move towards climate change, now is this going to have an effect as well of evicting, used to take up your term again? And I think this is an important issue because there's a big difference between poverty or reducing poverty and also controlling climate change, because poverty is not a global public good. It's a national public good. So if we take Jellic asks the World Bank to move towards a global public good level. If we want to do that, the World Bank is going to have to decide whether this will contribute to global public goods or they will just stay with national public goods. And you cannot do both. You can't be on both fronts at once. It's very tough, very difficult. You can't have the same function to do both. As was said, current director cannot be can't deal with both of these public goods, both national and global. So it's a real question. It's a good question, and my impression and my idea is that this is such a big question that perhaps the World Bank has to move towards global public goods. Thank you so much. Now, it's compatible if there's two budgets, two separate envelopes of allocations, for one part that should go to reducing poverty and one should be sanctuarized in a way. Thank you very much. The time has come to conclude. I do not want to use up your patience. I think there's a general conclusion that is coming out of this debate now, and that it also is going to match the conclusions that have come out of our various sessions that was in the paper by Jean-Michel at the beginning. In other words, we need transparency, more transparency for more efficacy. This transparency concerns financial sources, and not just aid, but also sources, and to have a good follow-up, good tracking, then better than what's done right now for the various public financings and their qualities, not just their financial conditions, but also their allocation, their direction towards global public goods or poverty as well. And I think there's a true need for an evaluation entity. We're not going to talk about where it should be located right now, but we need something to ensure this transparency. This is a true condition for efficacy in a global term that will take into account various motivations and modalities. Now, this transparency and this need for evaluation does exist with the donors, but not just the donors. We need it for all types of public investments and beyond that even, including for philanthropic operations. And at the same time, we need transparency. As you said, on the country level itself, so that the strategy of outside financing sources are supposed to back this. These things need to be all transparent. And I want to conclude here. Well, one of the pet peeves at the Sahel share is this need for evaluation back to what Jean-Pierre said and Olivier Savon, it's to the countries themselves to evaluate. They evaluate the efficacy of from their own viewpoints, and to have an evaluation which can be an evaluation of evaluations already performed by the financing sources. This is one of the Sahel chair aims, and to get the donors interested into this buy-in of evaluation via country experts who are interested in this. It's not easy, but we will be able to do it now. Thank you so much.